That should. Can you hear me now? Yay. I forgot to put the audio input capture on my setup. I was frantically setting this up the other day because I'm on my laptop right now. And my laptop doesn't have my full streaming set up. My PC does because I redid a bunch of it and deleted a bunch. And it didn't save to my laptop. So I forgot about the audio input capture part of how streaming works, because I'm great at technology. Fascinating. So this is actually a fic that was written by two of my friends, which is why I'm reading this one. It is a Husker Dust human AU. It's very slow burn. I don't know how much of it we'll get through tonight. I'm not planning on reading for too long. I have water next to me. But we'll see how long I last of just reading aloud, because I don't do that super frequently. And I also got my wisdom teeth removed yesterday. So I don't know why I did this to myself, but I wanted to do something, so I at least streamed something today. I did put content warnings for some of the stuff in this fic right up here, just in case. Valentino is its own warning. If you know anything about Hazbin Hotel, you know Valentino is its own fucking warning. And he is starting off strong immediately in the first chapter. So right now there are 17 chapters up. I'm planning on trying to do more live readings because I want to get into voice acting and stuff like that. So I'm hoping next week I'm going to try and read a Jujutsu Kaisen fic that is just beautifully written. This is also beautifully written. I love the way everyone is characterized in this. Maku and Jack did an incredible job. So yeah, I'm already running out of breath. So this is going to be interesting. My mouth hurts. I'm also very anxious because I've never done this before. I'm also warm. It's very hot in here. Hold on. I'm turning the fan on. Ignore what I'm about to do. Oh, it's the wrong one. Usually the fan is the short one. So I assumed the fan was the short one. I assumed the fan was the short one. And it was not. This isn't my room. This is my parents' house. So I don't know how shit works here. The lighting does look kind of better now, though. Okay. So, summary. A human AU where Husk and Angel meet, also featuring a variety of other characters popping up in their own stories. Chapter 1, Angel stumbles into a karate bar and meets a man with amber eyes. There is a playlist for this. It is really good. I highly recommend listening to it. Also, if you see me glancing down, it's because I'm checking chat. I did also, as you can see, I set up a thing, wrong side, so that I can actually see the chat on there. But I need to change the colors because that doesn't look good. But that is a problem for future me, and not right now me. Can you tell I'm stalling because I'm anxious because I've never done this before? You wouldn't be planning on ditching me again tonight, would you, baby? The voice crackled, fizzing through a new long crack down the screen in Angel's hand. Nah, of course not. He chugged a few more mouthfuls from the bottle of whatever the fuck and chucked it away as he drained the last. The smashing sound made him shiver. Do not make me come fetch you. I do not want my night ruined coming driving around looking for your whining whore ass. You won't. I'm coming home, I am. I swear down, just needed a breather. I better see you back here in an hour, or I swear to fucking the line cut out. The phone had died. Angel scrabbled with it. Shit. No, shit. Fuck. He'll think I fucking hung up on him now. Ah, fuck. He had been wandering aimless through dark streets, avoiding... Sorry, just check. Um, he had been wandering aimless through dark streets, avoiding the main drag where the club's noise pounded. They made his head ache. Instead, he wormed his way through the back alleys, feeling closer to home among the rats and slimy puddles. He spotted a grungy old run-down bar, gleaming soft light in the early morning darkness. Perfect. He shoved open the door and went inside. He was grimy too by this time, hair ruffled and out of place, makeup smudged, pink crop top half torn off. Damn, I like this top too. Fuck. His huge tall boots were carried in his arm, and he tried to walk his usual strut into the bar, but he came across... It's the teeth. We're blaming the teeth. But he came across more drunk and blurry than anything. Husk didn't bother looking up as the bell to the door chimed, instead focusing on cleaning the glass at hand. At this hour, most people either entered the bar by mistake or were already too sloshed to care what they drank. "Welcome to Broadcast Bar. What can I do you for?" He looked up at the young man who'd stumbled in the state of him, eyebrow raising slowly in the exact same tone of voice he added, "Or can I call 911 for you?" Angel waved a hand dismissively. He sat, or rather landed, on a stool at the bar and leaned on his elbows. "Summon strong. Gimme." The bartender's gaze watched this rather roughed-up creature who'd landed in front of him, hooded eyes taking in the boots in hand, the less-than-stellar hygiene inside. It really wasn't his place to ask questions, however. But if this customer decided to decorate the broadcast bar Exorcist style, then it was going to be Husker's job to clean it up. He really didn't want that to be how his evening went. Instead, he leaned against the bar counter and plopped a glass of ice water by the man's face. "You sure you should be drinking anything more on top of what you've had already?" "Who are you, my mother?" The drawling answer came at once. The man with lipstick smeared across his mouth and crusty eyeliner smudging his eyes, and glue and jewels slipping from his face, shoved the water aside and patted the bar hard with his palm. "Give me a real fucking drink. Come on, you're a bartender, ain't ya?" Husker turned to the shelves upon shelves of liquor behind him. "Can't say I didn't warn you." Something strong wasn't exactly the most precise order. I also just realized that I have a way easier way to do this than staring at my phone. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Much better. But he knows someone wanting to escape when he sees it. He didn't have a lot to work with. His boss was a bit of a cheapskate, but enough for what he had in mind. Practiced hands reached for some pretty glass bottles, bourbon, cherry liqueur, cinnamon-infused tequila, shook and poured over a perfectly spherical ice cube. Without saying anything, he slid the chilled glass to his customer. Just because he said strong didn't mean he didn't want it sweet, too. Angel took the glass and barely acknowledged how pretty the liquid mixture was before he drained it. Shoving it back across the bar, he said, "Hit me again." He fumbled in his pockets for cash. Gods, he had a lot of singles. He sighed and thrust a fistful of glittery, smoky dollar bills towards the bartender. "Keep the change. I got more coming real fast." He groaned. "Got a feeling my schedule tomorrow just got real full." Husk's eyebrow twitched. So that's how it was. "How about just taking the bottle?" The dollar bills got sorted rather gingerly as the man sighed heavily. He had many types come through that door. None quite as extreme as this one. "Keep going the way you are. I doubt you'll be able to do anything at all tomorrow." "Good," Angel snorted. "Ain't like I got a choice anyways. If I'm half out of it, it'll go faster." He fished a small bag out of his pants and eyed it. The bag was empty. "Shit, ain't got any coke back there, do ya?" he asked, chucking the empty bag onto the floor, dropping his boots down by the foot of the stool. An amber gaze followed the bag before flicking back to his customer. "See here, princess? This here, a bar. Me, a bartender. If you're looking for a drug dealer, you're in the wrong place." Husker slid a bottle of the cheapest whiskey towards him. It's about as much as the bills could afford. Right neighborhood, though. Here, finish that and you should be able to bypass tomorrow altogether. Telling you now, if you pass out, I'm leaving you on the street. "Aw, you keep sweet-talking me like this, and I'll let you bend me over this bar right here, right now." Angel took the new bottle and began to swig. Some droplets dripped down his chin, some ran down his throat and hit the black tight strap. Ha, so how are you doing, huh? How's the night, Whiskers? Christ. Husker was half-tinted to mop the man's whole face. Yeah, I've got no intention of fucking anyone who can't even see straight. He gave a low growl at the nickname. Sure, he hadn't shaved in a bit, but still. Call me that again and I'll toss you out myself. Paying customer or no. Angel wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and grinned. A hint of shiny tooth flashed. A cracked tooth repaired well, now shone with gold. Toss me out. Toss me off, Toots. All the same, ain't it? He caught sight of his chipped nail polish and groaned, rubbing his eyes and blinking in drips of glitter and mascara. Fuck my life. I'ma be in a whole world of trouble. He looked past his own fingers to the bartender. Do you serve food? The bartender sighed. It was like talking to a particularly willful, hypersexual wall. Hey, do I look like some kind of chef? But perhaps some starch might sober up this guy enough to get him out before closing. Husk glanced at the clock in the shape of a radio on the wall above the door. Half an hour. Half an hour before he was allowed to kick this mess off his doorstep. With a sigh, he reached down under the counter for a half-eaten ham and cheese sandwich. Here. Bloodshot eyes stared up at the man through streaks of mascara. Angel blinked. He looked at the sandwich. He chewed his lip. I shouldn't really eat. He sighed. His stomach was in knots, but it was also starving. He took it, leaving a smudge of glitter on the barkeeper's hand. The first bite was like heaven, and soon he had finished the whole sandwich. Not a crumb was left. Thanks, he said, the first perhaps genuine word from him all night. I've been reading, my guy. Hopefully it's picking up for everyone else and just not you. Say, you know where we are right now? You're welcome. The response might have had a hint of warmth, if you squinted. Huh, been a while since I've seen someone inhale my food. Husk leaned his hip against the counter, taking the rejected glass of ice water and sipping it. You're in the Southern District, Broadcast Bar. His eyes flicked up to the clock. 23 minutes to closing. The last sentence was rather pointed. Whatever this guy had going on, he wasn't being paid enough to get involved in it. Yeah, I get it. I'll fuck right off out of here as soon as I can get a ride. Do you got a charger? Or a fucking phone? I just heard a screaming child. And I got distracted. Angel dragged the beaten cell from his pocket and laid on the bar top. The crack was worse than he had realized. But it could work again. He'd have to make it work again. Husk didn't know much about phones, but picking the thing up, he blinked at the crack. Safe to say I think this has croaked. He glanced at the clock one last time before running a weary hand over his face. Can't believe I'm fucking doing this. Untying his apron, he pointed at one of the most concerning clients he'd had in a while. Stay here, I'll close up and you can use the landline in the back. Open became closed, lights were dimmed, chairs were flipped up onto tables. It was quick, he was practiced, and it wasn't exactly a large bar. Alright, follow me. He strode right past the man into the back through a plain wooden door. It must have been an office at one point, but the desk had been shoved to the side and an old cot taken up the remaining space. It was messy, unorganized, but at least there was a clear path from door to desk, where an utterly outdated landline sat. Go on, get your lift. Angel dropped off the stool and followed the man. He bent to pick up his boots and felt his ribs ache. Shit, that's gonna kill tomorrow, he thought bitterly. He slid the destroyed handset back into his pocket and tried not to think about what awaited him when his lift did arrive. As he entered the back room, Angel looked around and began to understand a little more about the husky figure now stood before him, gesturing at the old landline. You're a diamond, Toots. He leaned against the desk and dialed. V Tower front desk, how can we help you tonight? Angel sighed. It's me. Can you get me a ride back? Redirecting to V Lounge and Studios. No, I don't need to talk to him. I just need a... Oh, you are in a whole heap of shit. You cocksucking pain in my ass. Angel chewed his lip again. Babe, hey, look, my phone, bro. I don't want your excuses. I want you back here ASAP. Yeah, I just need a... Oh, so now you're making me run all over town to come and find your scrawny ass? Where the fuck are you? Angel swallowed. The Southern District, but he stopped. I can meet you. Where do you wanna... The reply came, interrupting at once. Crossroads of Cain and Abel, 15 minutes. Do not keep me waiting, or you can fucking crawl home. And that's why there's a content warning for fucking Valentino, because he's a dick. The line went dead. Angel groaned again and set the phone back down. Hasker had been leaning against the door this whole time, arms crossed, face becoming stormier by the second. He hadn't been meaning to eavesdrop, but it wasn't like the asshole on the other side of the phone was being quiet. He was near glowering by the time the line died. Who the fuck's that shithead? Angel dragged glitter-stained hands down his face, then stared at the grimy ceiling. My, boss, I guess? Boyfriend, kinda. I mean, we ain't exclusive or nothing, and I mean, fuck, I don't know. I work for him and I fuck him. That answer your question? He sat back on the desk for a long moment, slowly breathing with his hands firmly on his knees. You really gotta get some air freshener up in here, you know. Place smells like the back end of a sad raccoon. I can open a window, but I'll only have my room smell like fast food. The bartender nodded at a window so grotty it was no longer translucent, the neon sign of the golden arches almost visible. No offense, your taste in men is fucked. He paused. It wasn't his place to offer assumptions, nor could he really make any sort of comment when he wasn't in the place to help. On the other side, we're closed on Mondays. Angel snorted. The laugh didn't quite come. Fair enough, it's your pad. He managed to meet the other man's eyes, then, just for a second or two, then he looked away again, dangling his bare feet off the desk. He ain't so bad, really. Just gets a bit jealous, and he worries about me, you know? He shook his head. The sandwich had helped. He was tipsy as fuck, but he wasn't sloshed anymore. Talking to Val always had a way of sobering him up, too. How'd I get to the corner of Cain and Abel from here, huh? The bartender didn't say anything, forcibly reminding himself that it wasn't his business. How messed up all of that was. But his brows furrowed even deeper at the comment. Go back the way you came from. Turn left instead of right. When you see the abandoned park, you're there. He left the doorway to give the man space to leave, explaining. He hesitated before suddenly adding, If you ever need to get away from someone, order a devil's advocate from me. Devil's advocate, huh? The tall, scrawny man with glitter on his lips tilted his head. Ain't that sort of thing usually called an angel shot or some shit? He hated it, really. It was like it mocked him. He liked the name Devil's Advocate much better. Well, I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever got need. Not that I will, of course. He jumped down off the desk and regretted it. Turned out his legs were a bit fucked up, too. Great. He wobbled where he stood, then grabbed his boots, yanking them on as he tottered. It was reflex. At least that's what Husk told himself. His arm reached out for stability if the staggering man so wanted it. Quietly, he answered. Angel shot, yeah. But I think for you, you need a devil's advocate. Angel caught the arm, hardly in a position to pass up on help. He rested his chin on the man's outstretched arm and balanced while he used his hands to pull on both platform boots, buckling the straps and zipping them up. When he was finished, he glanced up at the man now holding Angel's face. Something special just for me, huh? Husk blinked as the young man's chin plomped on his arm. Almost instantly, when he deemed the man was done kneading it, his hand fell, dropping him like a hot potato. Sure. Taking 2 steps back so he could see the clock. You have 9 minutes to meet your hot date. Hot, as in flaming hot trash. Shit, fuck, shit. Angel began to fumble about on his person. His phone was there, good. Found an old tube of lipstick and a broken eyeliner pencil. Got a mirror around here? He was fidgeting in his pockets in the curves of his waistband, but he couldn't find the small one he usually carried. Do I look like... Husker grumbled before stumbling back to the bar area. When he returned, he was holding a silver tray, one that, unlike everything else in his room, was polished to perfection. Here. Angel blinked, surprised. He had asked for a mirror without much real hope. Now he stared into the clean, shiny surface offered to him. Thanks, Tuts. He bent over to look close and covered his lips in bright pink, then smudged kohl liner around his eyes. This is nothing like how he looked a couple hours ago when he left. Shit. He drew back and ran his hands through his hair, trying to give it some more life. It was painful to watch. With the longest suffering sigh, Husker reached into his pocket for a cleanish rag that might have been a handkerchief once upon a time, licked his thumb, and reached for the man's face. Hells, just hold still. With his thumb, he wiped the smudges off and used the rag to give a slightly sharper line to the mess of eyeliner smeared under his eyes. There. Angel flinched when his face was touched, but he played it off and believed the other man had not noticed. Husk didn't say anything. It didn't seem like his uninvited guest wanted him to. Instead, he put that little bit of information away. He looked at his reflection and nodded. It was better. It would do. Ish. To look really like himself, it would take everything in his makeup bag. The huge bag he had left behind. He flashed a smile. It was big and bright and entirely fake. You're a doll. He switched to the door and leaned on the frame for a breath. Husker reached beneath the counter for one of those complimentary bottles of alcohol, barely giving it a glance. Hey, Princess. One for the road. His arm gave a slow, gentle swing, and the small plastic bottle went arcing towards the stranger. You look like you need it. What? Oh, fuck! Angel caught the bottle, but he fumbled it, only grabbing it by the tips of his finger. Suddenly, he was very glad he had left his gloves at the studio. Well, be seeing you, Whiskers. It's been a blast. Husker was already grumbling. Quit calling me that. Waving him off for all intents and purposes, done with the stranger with a million worrying edges that burst into his bar and left in the same whirlwind, he doubted he would see the pink-fluffed, skinny, self-destructive menace anytime soon, if ever again. That is quite the sentence. And at the end of each chapter, there is a random quote just from the server that they're writing this in, and it's my favorite thing. The quote for this one is, he doesn't remember my massive tits and cracking ass. Gay. Gay as the day is long. And that's from Cherry Bomb. And I actually know exactly what scene that's from, and it's hilarious. That's the first chapter. I'm kind of getting the hang of reading aloud. There's also a water break. Can y'all hear me alright? Do I need to slow down at all? I know I talk really fast. Can I change the colors of the chat box? I'm gonna find out real fast. I can. Change it to white. Hopefully that's better. The other fic that I want to read is, it's called Achilles Come Down. I found it just by typing Achilles Come Down into AO3. And I messaged them and I was like, hey, is it okay if I read this live? And they were like, I don't know what that means. And I had to explain that to them. But I might see if I can stream twice next week and do a little bit of Achilles Come Down next week. So it only takes me about 30 minutes to read a chapter, so I can probably get through a fair amount of this. Not my voice cracking. Alright, chapter 2. Broadcast Bar wasn't the most well-known spot. In fact, it was a bit of a mystery how the place was still alive, with the amount of customers that show up there. The bartender's attitude definitely deterred most customers from ever setting foot in there again. It was a type of spot which would get minus ratings on Yelp somehow. Yes, Achilles Come Down is in the song. It is one of my favorite songs. Where were they? It is one of my favorite songs. And there are a lot of really good fics with the title Achilles Come Down in a lot of different fandoms. So I would just occasionally I'll just type in the name of a song and see what fics come up. And that is a Jujutsu Kaisen fic. And it is heavy spoilers. I'm definitely gonna have to tag that as heavy spoilers for Jujutsu Kaisen. Actually, it's not spoilers anymore because season 2 is out and it references stuff that happens in season 2 but nothing later than that. So it's actually not really spoilers anymore because season 2 has been out for a minute. But it's a really fascinating, it kind of ends up being a character study. And it's just, I think about it frequently. It's really well written. I haven't actually finished the entire thing. But it's so good. If you ever want to talk about JJK, let me know. I know too much about it, and I will ramble about it for days. It is my autism media. However, the bar itself, while old, was well cared for. The alcohol was never watered down, and it was a good, quiet spot for certain dealings that cannot see the light of day. With that kind of clientele, it wasn't a surprise that Husker sometimes has to double as a bouncer. That's how on a Tuesday evening he was still nursing a rather spectacular black eye after tossing out some shitholes on Sunday evening. He wouldn't even be open if he had a choice, but he didn't, so here he was, cleaning glasses in a practically empty bar with scuffed knuckles. It had been, a week? Maybe 2? It was hard to keep track. The V-Lounge was open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, and the studio was running every other day. Angel was kept busy and reminded of it. This particular Tuesday, he tried to do good, to do so good, but nothing was working. Val was in a foul mood. Every shot was wrong, every angle needed a do-over, every scene a reshoot. And even when they finally got it all down, he made them rehearse. Rehearsals continued until everyone else had gone home. Then Val was finally tired and went up to the apartment, saying something about scheduling and a long session with his masseuse. Angel took the opportunity to slip away. The dingy door opened, earlier than the last time, but still late. Angel walked in. He didn't stagger this time, though he was still wearing a ridiculous pair of tall boots. He looked cheerful, but the eyeliner was fading and the lipstick was scuffed. He had a red mark sitting behind the collar at his throat. Well, this place don't change, does it? I'm realizing that every time I do a character voice, I get real Southern, and none of these characters are Southern. He sat down at the bar with a wide smile. The click of the door opening had Husker looking up. He had heard someone approaching, but he was still surprised to see this man enter. A careful eye checked the edges. The clothes weren't torn, the boots were still on. He still looked a little roughed up. Certainly has nothing to do with the fact that I naturally have a southern drawl that especially comes out when I'm tired and when I'm not paying attention to how I'm talking. I think it fits Husker. I think Husker having a southern drawl is very good. Angel does not have a southern drawl. Welcome to Broadcast Bar. What can I do you for? The delivery was as flat as last time, but there was a smallest of curves on the man's lips, half a smirk. If you call me Whiskers again, I will kick you out, he added, turning to pick up yet another glass to clean. Aw, spoiling the fun before it starts. Hey, Toots. Angel plunked. I actually could do an Angel voice at one point, but I haven't watched Hazbin Hotel in a minute, so I can't do it anymore. Angel plonked himself on the same stool as last time. He folded his arms on the bar top and watched the man cleaning glasses. This place don't change much, huh? He toyed with his fingernails, newly polished with hot pink and gems. They matched a brand new phone, which he pulled out of a back pocket to flick open and closed. Open and closed. He had no new messages. He wasn't sure why that made him uneasy. "So what you got for me tonight, huh?" he asked, setting the phone down and addressing the bartender. "No, it doesn't change," Husk's eyebrow raised. "That said, it's only been 2 weeks since I've been here, you know. What do you think was going to happen during that time? A red carpet welcome?" Placing the glass down, he eyed the slender man on the other side of the bar, watching how on edge he was. "Are you in the mood to actually taste your drinks this time?" Angel took in the man's face, gaze lingering over the bruising. He was curious, but he'd never asked without an invite, and he didn't know the bartender nearly well enough yet. "Nah, never expect nothing else. You for sure get disappointed." Did I have an aneurysm reading that? Hold on. I think I did have an aneurysm reading that. Anyways, he quipped, twirling the phone around in his hand. "Still no messages." "That ain't right," he mumbled, swiping the screen idly. Back to the bartender, he flashed a grin. "Fuck yeah, I want to taste something. Gimme." The older man's gaze watched for a moment. "You better not be paying me in single-dollar bills again. It took longer than I care to remember to get the glitter out of everything." Deft fingers reached again for bottles, ginger beer, lime juice, dark rum. This time it was a rather sinister-looking drink Husker poured for him. It was bitter, with an acidic bite coupled with a hard burn down the throat. But there was a particular reason Husker made a drink like this. When the last time he'd made something sweet and easy on the stomach. "Here." "Ginger beer is delicious. Thank you very much." You are allowed to be wrong. It does. What do you mean it hurts to drink? I'm concerned about that. No. Incorrect. Even I'm concerned that it hurts you to drink. You might have just not had good ginger beer. You've probably just only what did you have the it depends on what brand you had, because there is bad ginger beer, but there is also good ginger beer. Because I did have a ginger beer that hurt to drink, and that was just because it was way too acidic. But there is good ginger beer, and I will die on that hill. Singles, huh? Oh, yeah. Not today, Toots. Today I'm breaking out the big bucks, see? Perfectly manicured hand slid 5 crisp 50s across the bar. That's to keep 'em coming all night. Hey now. He took the glass and brought it up to his face to scrutinize. "Sure looks like booze." He winked. "Bottoms up." At this, he stood up and drank it in one long mouthful. A thick eyebrow rose as the concoction slid down the customer's throat. There was an approving nod as he noted the lack of whinging from the ginger burn. Honestly, stronger men have flinched at the hard liquor combined with that particular spice. The goal is to find answers. I forgot to switch to the character voice. The goal is to find answers in the bottom of the glass. It was the first time he'd come to starting a conversation. Angel noticed and latched onto this new development. The bartender was asking things? Huh. Sure, where else are you gonna find them, eh? He put the empty glass back down and sat back on the stool again. That's just... My computer's giving me, like, notifications, and I'm like, I know I have too many things going at once for you. It's okay. I was actually going to record this and post it to YouTube, but my graphics driver won't let me. At least that's the notification that I got. He licked his lips and mused over the flavors. Got a bite, that does. How specialty is it? He swallowed again, feeling the afterburn. Burns like demon dick. Fuck me. Husker might have smiled at that. Well, you seemed a million miles away. He turned away to set down a glass, definitely smirking now. I had to find a way to bring you back to right now, didn't I? Angel slid his arms across the bar, folding them under his cheek as he leaned on his hands and eyed the bartender with a smirk of pink lipstick. You wantin' all my attention, are you, sugar? Sure, I can give it. He rolled sideways until he was looking up at the bartender from upside down on his back over the bar. It should have been uncomfortable, but, well, this was Angel. He'd been in far worse for far longer, with much more shoved up his ass. What's your fancy, eh? Sometimes I forget some of the lines that are in this fic, and then I go to read them, and I'm like, wow, I really hope my parents can't hear me. The man's amusement might as well have been smoke, it evaporated so fast. Taking a cloth, he mopped the liquid-looking man off his newly cleaned counter. Customers sit in their seats. That's their place. He sighed. Are you asking my go-to drink? Angel twirled back into his seat and continued to watch the man across the bar. Your drink, your life story, your deepest, darkest secrets? Sure, take your pick. He glanced at his new phone, sat quiet on the counter. Nothing. No messages, no call, nothing. That weren't right. Fun fact, one of the people writing this is British. And that's why occasionally I see things and I'm like, right. Husker poured him another drink and placed it between the man and his phone. His gaze was steady as he watched this customer of his. Sure, you start. Maybe with your name? The drink proved distracting enough, and Angel picked it up, finally looking away from the silent phone. The case was bright pink, and there were rhinestones fixed around every edge. It matched the new nails. He drank a sip before laughing. It was a real laugh, too. Sure, Toots. What's my name? Ha! You're funny. He drank another gulp and asked, What's yours? Oscar blinked. He missed the joke. Want to share the funny? He opened a drawer, retrieving a name tag that hadn't seen the light of day in years, and attached it to his lapel. Oscar. You shitting me, doll? Angel paused, the drink halfway back up to his mouth. You really telling me you don't know my fucking name? Me? He leaned forward to read the shiny name tag. Oscar, huh? I like it. Suits ya. Big ol' husky gent, you. Husker's eyebrows shot up into his hairline. Should I know who you are? Have we met before? He took a full minute to look the man over, but he was pretty sure he'd recognize someone like this from his past. Unless you've had a ton of work done on your face, I don't think I know you. His eyebrows shot somehow impossibly higher at the compliment on his name. Now that was definitely a first. Thanks. You're welcome, Toots. Angel shot the man another wink, and drained his glass. As he set it down again, he gave the man a hard look. For real? Seriously? You don't know me? How about now? He struck a pose, something from the cover art on one of the many V-Studio XXX thumbnails. Or now? He leaned down, looking up at Husk with big, wide eyes, and his teeth biting his own lip, then sat up, looking confused. Nothing? For reals? Husk didn't respond, but his eyebrow really couldn't crawl any higher. Look, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. As much as I respect the hustle, I'm not into that, so you can stop now. Yanking out a bottle by the neck, he downed it, keeping a wary eye on the strange creature on the other side of his counter. The glittery man sat up, and something alive was shimmering in his eyes this time. The guy really didn't know him? Had he finally met the one person in this shithell of a city who hadn't jerked off to him? It made the fake smile flicker. Angel. He held a beautifully manicured hand. Name's Angel. Husker couldn't help the smile. Half confusion. Half amusement. But he played along, leaning across the counter. He shook the offered hand. Firm, calloused, but not rough. Fingers brushing soft, manicured ones. Well, pleasure, Angel. It suited him, Husker thought. The way fallen angels still shone after falling to hell. Angel. Aw, shit. The way Husk said his name made Angel want to melt. He didn't, though. He was a pro, after all. Well then, now we're better acquainted and whatnot. You gonna tell me your favorite drink? Husker huffed a sound and gestured at the no-name brand beer he was holding. I get what I can. He looked up, considering something. Back when I could have had a choice. He was looking into another time. His gruff voice became softer. Single malt, perhaps. You don't drink the good stuff no more, huh? Angel asked, curious. What could have happened to this guy? He wanted to know, and that confused him still more. Husker's laugh was low, raspy. Perhaps not the most beautiful sound, but it wasn't malicious. That's too many nights of glittery singles bottle, Angel. Angel thought, hard. Then he reached into his lingerie and drew out another couple of 50s. Handing them over, he asked, Give me your best single malt, then. I want to know what all the fuss is about. He had half forgotten his phone, which sat quietly on the bar next to his elbow. Yeah? Give me a moment. What? I was being unfairly blamed for ice cream I didn't eat. Okay. Oh, the ice cream feels so nice in my mouth. Honey brown eyes widened in surprise. Huh. Angel hadn't really noticed last time. Husk glanced at the note. It was 150 short for... Then get some ice cream, coward. Without a word, he pulled out a worn leather wallet. I'm sorry, that came up as a mod action I had to do because it was like, will you allow them to say a bad word? Yes, I will. I am also poor. This is the only reason I have ice cream is because my parents have ice cream. And also just look at how tiny this is. Because I don't have any mods, so I'm doing this shit myself. Where the fuck was I? Without a word, he pulled out a worn leather wallet. It was probably expensive looking at one point before time got to it. Making up the difference, he shoved the notes into the cash register. You're in luck. This guy has been waiting to be opened. Unlocking the glass case, he pulled out the red box. Warning you now, if you down it, you're out. It was reverently that he pulled out the gorgeous glass bottle, pouring the whiskey over a beautiful spherical ice cube. Even the glasses he served it in, wasn't the usual he used. Sliding the glass in front of Angel, he crossed his arms, waiting expectantly. I saw that. Angel nodded to the register. And I can pay you. Don't you worry about that. Here. He dragged a fistful of notes out of the other side of his probably thong. In parentheses, like, let's be real. Angel wears hot pants and a pink fluffy thong. And tapped them on the bar. I don't like owing folks. Not no more than I can help it. He did take the glass, though, watching the care the bartender gave to the booze. Christ, this better tastes better than fucking crack feels, he stated with a grin. Then he took a long sip. Alright, fair enough. Husk took the money. I think this was being Husk's voice. Alright, fair enough. Husk took the money. Perhaps I was angling for a sip. But he wasn't upset as he exchanged the money. To the correct palate, I suppose it's the closest you can get to God. He turned to continue watching. What do you think? You thought I weren't gonna share anyways? Ha, you really don't know me yet, do ya, Toots? Angel took another slow sip and nodded. Could be sweeter, or hell, sourer, but it ain't bad. He patted the bar with a flashy hand. You joining me then? Don't leave Princess drinking alone. His phone buzzed. Angel did not notice. There was a small shake of the head, but it was to be expected, honestly. Angel hadn't seemed the type to enjoy whiskey. Sitting himself on the stool next to Angel, Husk poured himself a glass. The way the liquid slid down his throat, God. Smooth, the most smoky scent of it seeming to fill his soul, the low growl of pleasure was practically obscene. It's been a while since I've had this. He turned to give Angel a lopsided grin. Thanks. Alright then, I'll be sure to treat you whenever I come paying this place a visit, yeah? Angel poured them both another glass, and raised his between them. Deal? There was a soft snort. Sure didn't seem the type to be moneybags, but if that's how you want to roll. Husk lifted the glass, with a soft clink as they touched, and cocked an eyebrow at Angel. I'm not gonna say no, but it's a little bit of a one-sided deal, Princess. What exactly do you want from me, then? It's weird to try and not chew at the back of my mouth. And also have a tongue piercing. Anyways, fun experiences. Moneybags. Ha. I'm not gonna just swallow it whole. Sorry that I don't want to choke and die. I ain't no penthouse living high roller, but I do just fine. He considered the man now sat beside him for a long time, while they both continued to drink. He was trying to decide how to answer the last question. Talk to me, he said finally. Just, I don't know, like a regular fucking guy. Go on, ask me anything. His phone went unacknowledged once again. Husker, who had been absolutely comfortable in the silence, considered this. He nursed his whiskey, attempting to think of something. Well, you know what I do. What do you do? Oh, you started with a doozy. Angel swung himself around on the stool and crossed his legs, showing off the long, long boots and the assortment of slutty tiny clothes. What I look like? What's this? A pop quiz? Husker sighed and settled his glass down, giving him a once-over. I'm gonna guess, since you seemed so shocked I didn't know you, something in the entertainment industry. He took another swig, another contented low hum as the liquid swirled about his tongue. Close? Close, Angel grinned, flashing that busted and repaired gold tooth. I sure am entertaining. He swirled the whiskey around the bottom of the glass before draining it and pouring them both yet another. I'll give you a hint, cutie. He dragged one finger across his own lip and blinked down gently. I do a lot of things, and a lot of those things are people. Ah, sex worker. If Angel was looking for something else other than deadpan, he wasn't going to get it from Husker. Instead, he seemed more concerned over how fast Angel was downing the whiskey. His hand slid over Angel's cup. Slowly, let the flavor flow over your tongue, warming, and then swallow, slowly. I didn't think that was hot the first time I read this, and now I'm reading it and I'm like, that's hot. He withdrew his hand. Take your time. Savor it. You're not gonna taste anything the way you down it like that. Ain't the first time I heard that tonight. Angel did pause, though. He let the glass lower and settled both hands back on the bar. Still, he had not noticed the phone. So shit, huh? You really ain't never heard of me. Fuck, man, that's wild. He grinned, a small smile this time that just about lit up his eyes. Nice, really, to meet someone that ain't already seen me stretched out and moaning and covered in some fucker's jerk off. He took a slow drink this time, savoring the flavors. Husk was right. It did taste better. My braid. Oh no. I just noticed that my one of my braids is coming undone because it doesn't have a hair tie on it anymore because it broke. He took his sometimes burning is a better feeling, he explained quietly. I prefer the burn. Husk's fingers trailed the rim. Reminds me I'm alive. There was an instant hesitation there. He hadn't expected to say that. Instead, he changed topics. It's not that strange. Porn doesn't do it for me. He took another long sip. Oh, I'm sure you're good at what you do. Maybe you just ain't found the right porn. Angel thought this was strange, but then the realization dawned on him. He didn't watch porn either. He was surrounded by the stuff, and in half of it, but whenever he got a moment alone and the mood hit, he never felt the urge to watch any. Although now he thought on it again. Was he ever in the mood to fuck when he wasn't in the studio, or the lounge, or with Val? Another thought crept across his mind, unwanted and crackling. Have I ever fucked because I actually wanted to? He drained the glass, ignoring any thoughts of flavor, and reached to refill it. Yeah, I'm the best. Top toddy angel dust. Pony with a million tricks. Get fucked like it's an art. Ha, Husker shrugged. Never got the attraction. He stared into the amber liquid swirling in the glass. There were things he didn't really want to get into, least of all with a complete stranger, no matter how comfortable their company. You could say I'm not the type to invest that much energy into someone I don't know. He glanced at the man next to him. I'm sure you create masterpieces. Aha, so you're more of a caring type than a sharing and screwing off over whatnot, then. Angel nodded in some form of understanding. You see me? Baby, I am the masterpiece. Husker laughed. Call me old-fashioned. Can't care enough to get it up unless I'm into them. And I forgot that it was so horny so fast. Another long, considering sip. If it's just physical, I can use my hand. He gave a low, warm laugh. You are indeed a piece of something, Angel. Damn, I gotta respect that, doll. Angel found this dude fucking fascinating. He kept asking things, still not noticing the phone. So what? I could be sat up on your lap wearing nothing but a smile. Unless you really fucking like me. You got nothing? It's like a damn superpower, Husky. Damn. Hi, Ruth. My cat just started clawing at my thigh. The amber liquid sprayed across the counter as Husker choked. Husky. He shook his head, having just inhaled alcohol, eyes watering. You could do your worst. The crazy thing is that there's no smut until chapter 17. You could do your worst, and if I'm not into you, nothing is gonna happen. I hope that answers your question. He wiped his mouth, and then the counter. Don't ever call me that again. I mean, it is still slow burn. I've read slower, but it's not just immediately smut, and therefore it is slow burn. What, Husky? Angel was pushing, and he knew it. He picked up the whiskey bottle and offered the man another glass. So, what's your least favorite drink then, hey? Seeing as we're getting to know one another. The responding scowl pretty much told Angel what the man thought about the nickname. There was a movement, but the bartender remembered a terribly hidden flinch last time he Let me try that again. But the bartender remembered a terribly hidden flinch last time he touched the young man and grumbled into his glass. No, you have had my favorite. Now tell me yours. Angel just for a moment caught the flicker of annoyance, but he ignored it and pressed on.
My favorite. Ha, easy. Gotta be a tequila strawberry rosé or a sours and dark rum.
He opened his mouth and rolled his eyes.
Yum. Oh, with a cherry. I'll make it 6. Best damn thing I ever tasted.
Husker snorted a laugh at the overly dramatic face. He couldn't quite imagine that face doing porn. No, he could imagine it well enough, that it would be a performance. And he still preferred it real. The stock list behind the counter caught his eye. He vaguely wondered if it might be too late to add to it. The bar was definitely low on cherries. Noted.
Horrified by my stunning taste in booze,
Angel grinned. A ringtone suddenly blared out. I'm gonna be your bubblegum bitch. I do know that song, but can I recall a tune off the top of my head? Not really.
Shit, fuck. Babe.
Angel fumbled with the cell in his hurry to pick up. Husker's lips had been curled in a small smile, a smile that he himself hadn't been aware of. Vanished the moment the phone rang. Instead, he quietly got up and back behind the counter, began cleaning up, giving the rather loud man a semblance of privacy. He despised everything about this relationship. Slowly, ungritting his teeth, he turned his back on Angel, reaching for yet another glass to clean, reminding himself that he was not involved. Angel was sitting bolt upright on his stool, the phone clasped tight to his ear. Why the fuck are you not answering my messages?
Babe, come on, I didn't see him.
A walk, you said. Clear your head, you said. Well, where the fuck are you, huh?
Nowhere, babe, nowhere. Look, I'm coming right back, don't you worry.
Damn right you are. We need you back on set. New orders come in. VIP tonight. Angel went slightly pale.
Babe, fuck, I'm fucking fucked raw here. Can't it wait till...
VIP, Angel. Did you forget what that means? No, babe. Then get your ass back here. I've got a whole new wardrobe for you. Angel brightened.
Yeah, you do? Anything I like?
Get back here and find out. The call ended. I don't know what to do for Val's voice. I feel like we could do something else, but I don't know what to do for his voice. He's so slimy. I don't know how to make myself sound slimy. Angel lowered the phone.
So work calls. Gotta be the top toddy celebrity that I am.
Husker didn't say anything. It wasn't his place, but... He reached into the counter, that same generic bottle of complimentary... Here's the thing, I don't know who the fuck Nigel Thornberry is, or what he sounds like. So that is a problem. It wasn't his place, but he wasn't a monster. Perhaps it might help numb things a bit. I'll keep the rest of the whiskey for you here. He didn't need to say it. Angel was welcome back whenever he needed. Angel looked down at the whiskey bottle. It was an invitation. He knew it. An invite back. He appreciated it. But he was shit at that kind of thing, so he flashed a wide... You can hear his voice from just an image. Okay, hold on. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I still don't know what the fuck he sounds like. Your confidence that I would be able to determine what he sounds like is, misplaced. I'm sure he sounds obnoxious as hell, though. Nasally and annoying? Sounds about right. Where was I? There we go. Cheers, doll. And feel free to scab a sip without me if this place gets rowdy while I'm gone. The phone was back in his pocket, and the bartender was offering him a small bottle. Pink, sparkly nails clinked on the glass as he took it. Your drink, Toots. Well, have a good night. He sashayed towards the door and vanished back into the evening. Husker cleaned up the bar. The silence was deafening. It felt achingly empty without that larger-than-life man. It wasn't until he closed up the bar and noted the slight dusting of glitter on the counter before he allowed concern to rush through him. Fuck. Alright, and for the out-of-context quotes, this is without a doubt some of your finest work. Now would you put down the knife and bloody fuck me. Vox, probably. Also, if we get tired of this fic, y'all can absolutely, if y'all want me to go read the JJK fic, feel free to say something. I can't get my water bottle open. Because my mouth tastes like blood. Ignore me being strange. I am also enjoying it. I love this fic. I'm fully caught up on it, on all 17 chapters. It posts every Monday, and I hop in call with one of the people who's writing it so that he can watch my reactions as I read it for the first time. Summary of this chapter is Angel learns what the hell aftercare is, and Husk is mad about it. I love this fic. They did a really good job making Angel devastating. It wasn't as long this time. Only a few days. Wasn't even the weekend yet, and the door was opening in the early hours of a gritty, rain-soaked morning. Angel walked in, doing his usual confident strut. Tall boots buckled high, lipstick neon pink today. But the shirt was long, and it had sleeves he had chewed through to make thumb holes. His hair was still platinum blonde, but it was less polished, and he was wearing a pair of big, flashy sunglasses. "Whiskey special, please." Sunglasses. In a bar. Could be a fashion statement. He wouldn't put it past Angel. But something told him it probably wasn't. Husker simply nodded, ignoring the way his gut churned. From the back, he pulled out the resealed bottle of whiskey Angel bought last time. Before pouring, he hesitated. My voice keeps cracking. Are you going to be in the space to taste this, or are we finding meaning at the bottom of a glass mood today? As he waited for an answer, he had already turned, adjusting a dial in the wall. The bar beginning to slowly warm up. Just give me the fucking whiskey, Husk. He held out a hand, stretching the pink jumper on his wrist. He took the glass and drank it, slamming it back down on the bar and scrunching up his face. Angel grimaced. Fuck, burns harder than I remember. He rolled the glass in his fingers, feeling... My cat's being weird. He rolled the glass in his fingers, feeling pricks of burning in his throat, and telling himself it was just the whiskey stinging his eyes. Screw it. Give me a shot of something nasty. You're right. Shouldn't waste this shit. He nodded to the bottle. Have one, go on. One of us should. There was a hard laugh. I got just the thing for you. This time his hands reached for the hard-hitting liquor, gin and vodka. No way he was going to give it to Angel just like that. He headed back towards the fridge and returned with a bowl of freshly washed cherries, dropping it on in the hard-hitting mixture before handing it to Angel, instead of sliding it across to him. Angel blinked. Holy shit, is that... Did you give me a fucking cherry? He needed a proper look, so without thinking, he took off the shades and held the glass closer. No, hey, it is. Ha, you're a good Husk. You know that? Proper doll you are. He tipped his head back and drank the shot. Fuck, that's good. Chewing on the cherry, Angel shot the bartender a grin. His face didn't look too bad. All in all, it could be much worse. The traces were there. Sorry, I'm getting hit with being exhausted all of a sudden. His face didn't look too bad. All in all, it could be much worse. The traces were there. Tear-streaked mascara, red-rimmed eyes, and purple. Darker on the top of one cheek and caressing the other eye. Narrowed, amber honey eyes traced the side of the bruising. Knuckles turned white, holding onto the counter as anger surged through the bartender. Then he noticed. Angel's eyes were gray. Pale, smoky gray. Of course, he'd known the bright pink was lenses, but he had never thought about what natural color sat beneath. Shaking off the red-hot fury, he offered the bowl to Angel. Came in yesterday, your timing's impeccable. A soft sound, half of a laugh. Least I can do for my only regular, yeah? What are the odds? Angel chose to believe Husk, though he had a sneaky suspicion, but he decided not to pay it any mind.
Ah, come on. I'm your only regular. The place is so fancy. He waved a hand in a comedic gesture, taking in their surroundings. Sitting back round, he took a scoop of cherries from the bowl and sat with them in his hand. He looked comfy in the oversized sweater, plucking a cherry and chewing it slowly. Been an exciting couple days then, huh?
You got me. Sorry, I was checking. Someone was texting me. You got me. Husker gestured at the definitely not fancy bar. You're my favorite regular. A paper napkin was placed next to Angel for the cherry pits. Seems like it's been more exciting for you. A cool cherry was placed against Angel's eye. Gray eyes screwed shut and dragged a sharp breath through gritted teeth. The cold was good, but fuck did it sting.
Yeah, occupational hazard.
Husker brought the cherry back and popped it into his mouth. I see. He washed his hands. I hope work at least took care of you afterwards. The way he said made it clear he was talking about one singular person in particular.
Yeah, they paid me.
Angel dragged the phone from his pocket and unclipped the case, showing a stack of notes. Not a lot, though. There's maybe 200 in there.
Same shit, different shoot.
There was a long, suffering sigh. That's not what I meant. Husk's fingers flexed, a reflex he had to sit on. He gave a non-committal hum. Okay, look, I know what you do, and I know what your body needs. He couldn't believe he was doing this. I can show you what I mean if you trust me with it. He poured another concoction of vodka and gin. Or we can take another of these and pretend I didn't say anything. It was unspoken mark of just how much Husk had proven to Angel that he was no threat, that the battered young man's first thought was not that the bartender was trying to screw him.
Secret option C, I get another shot, another cherry, and you show me what you meant.
The sound Husk made was warm amusement. Shaking his head, he gave the man a smile. Here, have this. I'll close up. Take the whole cherry bowl with you. He was early. Considerably earlier than he would have usually shut. He added, "In the office to the right of the door to the shower. There should be one clean towel on the rack. I'll get the kit." He shot Angel a look over his shoulder, a cocked eyebrow and a hidden smile. "That's the last shot for the night, so enjoy it." Angel took the bowl eagerly, and continued to munch on cherries as he poked his head into the back room. He vaguely remembered it from the first time, but only just.
Towel? Huh? Alright.
He even asked for weirder, after all. The final shot of the night sat in his hand as he walked around the bar and into the back room, taking in the cozy, scruffy place. It looked the same, with one exception. In a room that looked like it was stuck in time, there were two new additions. An aircon, startling white against the stained walls, and a sleek, sturdy laptop with a space cleared on the messy desk next to the ancient landline. The air conditioner was a pleasant surprise. The room definitely smelled better, though it hurt a bit to breathe through his nose right now. Angel found a towel, fluffier than he might have expected, and dry. He brought it, slung over his shoulder, and continued to feast on the cherries as he stood in the middle of the room, wondering what awaited him exactly.
"You coming into the 21st century finally, are ya?"
Husker came to his room, amused by the man just standing motionless in the middle. "Wait here." He disappeared into the bathroom, and there was a sound of running water. He knelt by the old tub, checking the water with a large hand. I don't have anything fancy, but this should work for the muscles. Honestly, he was talking to himself mostly. It had been far too long since he'd had a partner to do this for. Now he was doing this for a complete stranger. Angel watched the man go, a little uncertain. It was not his normal feeling of cocksure confidence. He wasn't sure how he liked it. But he wasn't in danger, he didn't think. He decided that drowning in the tub of a grubby stranger's bar could be one of the nicer ways to go. Certainly being strangled by Val, or, well, anything by Val. So he followed Husk and asked, "You want me to hop in there, are you?" "That's the general idea, yes." Husker straightened, turning to look at the young man. "Too scary?" There was a laugh in the question, but he wasn't going to push him. He leaned against the door frame as he considered Angel. "You're welcome to back out, Angel. I'm offering to show you something you agreed to, and there's no obligation here."
"You kidding?"
The retort was casual, but the voice wobbled just a little.
"Never turned down a challenge, me. Angel set down the bowl of cherries and downed the last shot, shaking his head and plonking himself down on the floor. He began unbuckling and unzipping the long boots. "Give me a hand, could ya?" He held out a foot. "Tugging that for me?" Another amused sound. It was as though the usually silent man was filled with them. Or perhaps Angel was adept at surprising the sounds out of them. In a smooth motion, he knelt before Angel, unzipping gently before pulling Angel's long leg out of the boot, firm fingers massaging out the indents the boots left. Dark eyes flicked up to watch Angel's face, ready to stop when he saw even the faintest flicker of discomfort. Angel loved the heels, really he did. Made him feel tall and powerful, somehow just a bit more composed. But fuck did they hurt after a while, and he had all but run to the bar, power walking, but faster. He sighed and rubbed his knees where the leather had dug in. Then, when they were both off, he stretched. Ow! Ah! Fuck! He felt several somethings down his back click and ache. You gonna watch me strip or what? A snort. Why, are you planning on paying me to watch, Princess? Both boots were placed carefully by the door before Husker closed it. Use what you like. Come out when you're ready. In the meantime, Husker went to change his bed sheets to a similarly worn, possibly at one point white, gray sheets. But at least they were cleaner. You watch and you'll owe me $50. Angel grinned as the man lifted to undress. The water smelled nice, and it steamed so it was warm, too. Angel glanced at it a few times as he slid out of his tiny shorts and fishnets. Then he was left standing in the cozy jumper. He chewed his lip and dragged the thing off him. He hadn't worn anything underneath. He hadn't had time. Glad there was no mirror, he hesitated by the tub, peering in as though to check for sharks. Then he raised a foot and tentatively stepped in. Unfortunately, he shade coming up. As he stepped, something in his lower back snagged and his knees burned, and he lost his balance and went tumbling sideways with a splash and a yelp. "Oh, fuck!" He coughed on soapy water. "Fuck!" "Angel?" Husker was barging in there instantly, throwing himself to the side of the bath with his large arms pulling out of the water in an instant. Hey! He didn't care he was getting soaked. He just needed to make sure Angel's head was out of the water. Husker was not the type to be very emotive, but he was genuinely concerned. "I swear, if you die in my bathtub, I'll murder you, I swear to God." I'm alright. Fuck." Angel patted Husk's arm as he sat up and took a breath. "Just fuck. Forgot how bad just fuck. I slipped is all. Could use a bath mat, eh?" He sat still, letting go of Husk and wrapping his arms around his knees in the water. He wasn't sure quite what it all looked like. He could feel the bruises up his ribs and was sure there was something fucking burning his spine. Once he was sure Angel wasn't drowning, Husk couldn't help reflexively taking notes of all the bruises and what looked like rope burns on Angel's thin body. His grip gentled and he slowly let go. "I don't have a bath mat because I don't really use the bath." He nodded to the shower behind him. "If I let you go, promise to not drown and haunt my bar." Angel burst out in a laugh that was thankfully devoid of any water. "Ah, now that kind of sounds like fun. Bet you'd clean up on customers if you had a haunted bar." He shot the man a sideways look. Husk was looking. He sighed. "How bad is it?" The response slipped from Husker before he could stop it. "I've done worse." I forgot about that line. He flinched, a cough, then moved to stand up. "I've seen worse." Shaking the water from his arms, he gave Angel a polite nod. "Let me know when you're ready." "Done worse in bed, or done worse when someone pissed you the fuck off?" The question came from Angel as unintended as Husk's reply had done. He sloshed water over his legs, lifting some cupped in his hands and rubbing his face. Husk hesitated at the door. He didn't turn around. His voice held something dark and molten and warm. "Yes." Then he was gone, leaving the bathroom and closing the door behind him. He was still halfway through changing his sheets and needed to now change his clothes. And he needed to now change his clothes, too, now that he resembled a drowned rat. The laugh from Angel came at once. He loved that answer. Somehow it was more comforting than anything. He spent a good 15 minutes just sitting, washing the hot water over himself. It was nicer than any of the baths he'd had back home, and that tub was 3 times the size. When he finally got out, he heaved himself gingerly onto his feet.
He wobbled, but only a little. Wrapping the huge towel around his shoulders, Angel took a few steps out into the room.
So, what's next?
Husker looked up, and something softened in his gaze. He'd been searching for something unconsciously, for the rounding of shoulders sitting too high, for an unclenched jaw, for a relaxed looseness of joints. You can cover yourself if you're uncomfortable, but I'll probably see everything. He handed next to him a tub for burns, and a balm for bruises, and many other little things he dragged out of the battered tin medical aid kit. He didn't want to make Angel uncomfortable by asking him to lie down. Instead, he dragged a stool to the bed, where a small heater had been placed. Take a seat. I love hearing concerning noises. Anyways. The room felt tiny with the both of them there, but not in a bad way. I'd like to start with your legs. Angel nodded and sat down on the old mattress. He liked this place, but visually he couldn't understand why. His own room was a riot of colors and neons, beads and chains and mirrors and glamour. Maybe that was why? This place was just cozy. He shrugged the towel off himself and looked down.
My legs, huh? What's she gonna do?
Do you know what happens when you're held in one position for a long time? Lactic acid builds. Husk rubbed oils into his hands until they were warmed. They're the reasons muscles cramp. Carefully, he placed Angel's foot on his thigh and began working on the muscles there, from thigh to calf, and then right down to the small arches of his feet in soothing circular motions. Despite the situation, Husker seemed perfectly content to say nothing. It hurt at first. Angel hissed a breath and dragged his knuckles to his teeth.
Fuck me.
He sank back onto his elbows and looked up at the ceiling, trying to concentrate.
How long's too long, though? He talked to fill the silence. Some shoots run for ages, you know, and they want another angle, then another, and another, then fill in like fuck me, that takes forever. And half the time you don't get to fucking finish, like the edge in the fucking center in there. Fuck.
He glanced down to where Husk was massaging into his thigh muscles.
Shit, fuck, how'd you know?
He bore the pain pretty well. Then again, Angel seemed the type to take a shot swinging and come right back up for more. Too long is when you've had enough and need a break. That's too long. As for the other question, Husk gave another of those soft hums. I was curious, so I looked you up. His eyebrows furrowed immediately, and from there, I'd be blind not to see that your body's going to need some rest. He let Angel ramble on as he let down one leg to work on the next, wide hands never going higher than mid-thigh. That leg was worse. Fuck! Angel sat upright, scrunching his face and sighing hard.
Fuck, that's the one I land on. Shit, fuck.
He laid back again and refocused on the new laptop.
You bought that just to look me up?
The silence was answer enough to that question. That, and the way Husker was studiously not meeting Angel's gaze. Fingers worked a lot more thoroughly and carefully on this leg until the bartender was satisfied. I'll get to the bruises and sore spots on the front first. He stood, plucking up a couple tubes of balm, unwilling to look Angel in the eye. You good to lie down? Angel nodded and lay back. He left the towel pulled across his waist. He did not want to move it, but he didn't want to force the bartender to stare at his junk either.
So, did you just see the films, or did you see the lounge site too?
He asked. It didn't really matter. Either way, Husk knew he got paid to screw people, but the V-Lounge was so much more personal. Literally. The balm was cool and tingly, but burned a little. Husk could choose not to answer, but he was learning Angel wasn't the type to let things go. Did you want me to watch the lounge site? He worked from hands and arms in until his fingers were gliding gently across the rope burns across Angel's chest. At this point, he was hovering over the man. I saw 5 minutes of the Christmas special, and he'd be happy if he never had to see it again. Angel's eyes in those scenes, it was like he wasn't even there. Left Husker feeling hollow.
Well, I mean, the site hardly does the place justice. Sure, we film bits and pieces, but the real show's when you come in person.
Angel stopped with the sales pitch. He did not ever want Husk to come there. The idea of Husk and Val in the same room made his stomach churn.
That one. He remembered filming the Christmas promo. They had me bent over the sleigh for 5 fucking hours. Fuck, ow, fuck me, ow, shit. He stared at Husk's hands, pressing gently on a vicious red raw rope burn around his middle. Shit, fuck, can you go easy there? Fuck me. It was reflex. And the moment Husk did it, he jerked away as though burned, hand covering his mouth as he turned away. The back of his neck flamed red, as did his ears. Even so, he could still feel Angel's skin against his lips, as he'd pressed an apologetic kiss against the rope burns. After a moment to compose himself, he risked a glance at Angel. I'm sorry, didn't mean to do that. He half expected Angel to get dressed and run. Angel was lying sprawled on the bed, staring. Did you just... He looked down, then back up to where Husk stood, flaming red. Where'd that come from, huh? He didn't look angry. Husker groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. My previous partners, when they hurt, He glanced at the window, like perhaps the neon light might have a way for him to turn back time. It was how I comforted them. So this is like something you did a lot? Angel was trying to wrap his head around the concept. Sorry, what? Husker sat back down, face buried in his hands. Perhaps Angel storming out would have been easier. He rubbed his face before risking a look at Angel. It's how I comforted them. Need me to say that any clearer, Angel? He sighed. Of course I took care of my partners afterwards. The right thing to do. I suppose that's why it's fucked me up so much as it did to see that you weren't getting the aftercare you deserved. Angel blinked again. After what now? He tapped a finger lightly on Husk's elbow. Hey, you alright there? The bartender looked up at Angel. After my play sessions, sometimes, my partner would need comfort. His gaze slid to Angel's chest and then away. I would kiss them better. Another sigh. I'm very aware how corny that sounded. Husker finally pulled his head up his hands. Surely you know what play sessions are. BDSM, your work seems to be full of it. Yeah, I know what fucking BDSM is. Got the burns to prove it, don't I?
Angel raised his wrist showing even more red, cutting blistered marks.
Never heard of no care after thing, though. Sounds sweet. Like a kink or something?
Honey Amber eyes slid shut. Husker was furious. The familiar fury that could kill a man. Did kill a man. He guessed, of course. It was hard not to pick up the clues. Crumbs left like glitter all over his bar. How long have you been doing this? He needed his hands to keep busy. And they did, slathering ointment carefully over burns.
Few years, I don't know. Got scouted when I was on the streets. Been at V-Tower ever since. They taught me everything I know.
Angel noticed the twitch in Husk's finger.
Am I in trouble or something here?
Not you. Hands reached out to pull.
Ruth, what are you doing?
Anyways. Hands reached out to pull the dark duvet over Angel. It was clear he wasn't in the space to finish what he'd started right now, not until this conversation was had. Husk took the glass of orange juice he'd placed on the bedside table earlier for Angel and handed it to him. Sugar might help. Aftercare is what happens after every session. Make sure you are safe, that you're not hurting more than you have to be, physically and mentally, alright? His knuckles cracked as he tried to calm himself down. Before every session, there are communications about what you want to experience and during. At any point you want to stop or take a break, it happens. He dragged a hand through his messy hair as he eyed the man in his bed. If none of that happened, Angel, that's assault.
I mean, Val always tells me what's gonna happen, like what we're shooting and whatnot.
Angel scratched at his head, looking real confused.
I mean, sometimes I gotta add in a scene or two, so I don't get a heads up every time.
He was talking faster, not sure which of them he was trying to convince.
And I mean, Val's always one that when we're alone, so I always expect he wants to fuck. He don't gotta tell me. I've known him years. Since I met him, been over, over 7 years? I mean, I know him pretty well now. I know what he wants.
Husk let Angel speak. It seemed like he needed to. You don't have to fuck if you don't want to, right, sweetheart? A simple sentence, but firm. He reached out for Angel's hands. This naked man in his bed. This is not how he wanted to have this conversation. It's not a conversation he thought he'd be having. But now that it was here, he was grateful. Ever. Husk was warm, his hands large and comforting. They dwarfed Angel's long, thin fingers. He grasped onto the touch, grateful but still lost. But I always want to fuck an angel dust. It's what I am. Husker gave him a lopsided smile. Well, we don't fuck. There's a lot about angel dust that isn't fucking, that I rather liked, Princess. His thumbs traced circles against the back of Angel's hands. I like that you're willing to try new drinks, and that your whole face lights up when you see cherries. He reached out slowly, making sure Angel sees the touch coming, palming his cheek. I like that you don't give a fuck that I'm just some old bartender. I like getting to know you more each time we meet. A low, gruff laugh. Surprise, none of that includes fucking. Or more than just that. He gave a shrug. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to fuck all the time, too. Just like how I don't fuck unless I give a fuck. That's cool, too. I don't even know if I know what it feels like to not wanna. Angel squeezed Husk's hand and tried to think back. Everything seemed suddenly uncomfortable, like a nightmare he only half remembered. I guess I don't want to right now. I didn't really want to before. And back at the studio, I mean, it's my job, but like, nobody ever asked, hey, do you want to? They always just told me. His spine was tingling, and it wasn't the aches anymore. It was worry and doubt. You're serious? You mean it? This whole aftercare thing? It's like normal? Is supposed to happen? He bit his lip. Do you mean every time Val and me, and I didn't really wanna? That was... Husker didn't say anything. It seemed Angel was making the connections himself. He didn't want to intrude. I was wrong. You need another drink. I don't think orange juice is going to cut it. Hands squeezed Angel's hands. You gonna be okay while I get you a drink, Angel? The way his name fell from his lips felt more like an endearment. Uh-huh. Angel nodded, slowly. He let go of Husk's hand to let him leave, and shuffled backwards on the bed again. He hugged himself in close, lowering his chin onto his knees, as he thought, and tried hard not to cry. Husker came back. He'd made a dark-spiced rum hot chocolate. That sounds delightful, and I want one. In what looked like a massive tin mug. Heavens knows where he managed to find it. He seated himself gingerly on the side of the cot and handed Angel the concoction. No marshmallows. Didn't have any. He sounded apologetic. There was a pause as he watched Angel. Do you want me here, sugar? Or should I go? Angel nodded, eyes only just visible over his knees now. Yeah, it's alright. Stay. Next word. Yeah. The next word came in a whisper. Please? Yeah, Valentina, if you don't know much about Has Been Hotel, for like some quick context, we know Angel Dust is a porn star, and then Valentino is essentially his pimp. And Valentino is just a really bad person. He is a really well-written character, and I think he's fascinating. But he's, like, actively incredibly shitty, and very manipulative and controlling of, Angel Dust. So. I love Has Been Hotel. There are so many trigger warnings. And Valentino in himself is just a massive trigger warning. Fun fact, a very interesting thing is that in the show, Angel Dust is based off of a spider, and Valentino is based off of a moth. And I just think that's interesting because of the dynamic that they have. He sniffed, holding the tears back. That would be embarrassing. Crying on top of everything. He eyed the drink offered. It smelt good. So every time...
because spiders tend to eat moths. But in the show, it's a reverse. So every time, he asked, every time I didn't want him, but Val just carried on, that was... But I could see it also being that moths destroy webs. Husker's shoulder bumped against Angel, and then stayed. Yes. He bit down on his inner cheek hard enough to Why is this sentence so hard for me to read? He bit down on his inner cheek hard enough to taste copper. The pain reminded him that the boiling rage right now wasn't doing any favors. Instead, he noted this and put it away in a folder for later use. His body was solid, warm support for this man he'd met all of 3 times. Fascinating. I did not know that. But how could it be? I mean, he said I was special, and Angel was slowly unraveling at the edges, picked apart by a wash of new knowledge he had no real desire to know. But now he did. Well, fuck. He slid sideways and face planted into Husk's shoulder. Fuck. What even is my fucking life? Oi. Husker rescued the drink and placed it next to the orange juice on the bedside table. As for the man in his shoulder, he wasn't too sure what to do. After a moment, his arm gingerly looped around him, patting his arm. There. It was the most awkward execution of comfort he'd ever done. Seriously, doll? You just told me I've been fucking assaulted for the last fuck knows how many years, and all you got is there? Angel was nearly laughing now. Tears splashed down his cheeks, but he was laughing too. Fuck, give me that drink thing. What the fuck am I supposed to say? Isn't that what I'm supposed to say? I'm not trained in this shit. But Husk dutifully handed over the mug. It's hot. As though he was slightly afraid Angel might attempt to down it. You know how to make my damn bruises feel like milk. I forgot to do the voice. You know how to make my damn bruises feel like melted butter. You don't know how to comfort a fucked up whore? I really hope my parents can hear me. Angel took the mug. He really wanted to inhale it as fast as he could, but he resisted. Instead, gave it a big sip. Damn, this ain't half bad. Well, sugar, practice in one and completely new to the other. Think I deserve a bit of a leeway here. Husker sighed as Angel took his time drinking. A good bartender knows the right drink for the right occasion. Slowly, his arm began relaxing around the younger man, becoming less stiff. Then you tell me, how does one comfort you? Angel laughed. Again. Fuck does I know? Ain't that what got us here? I ain't never been comforted before. It's all new to me, too. He drank another mouthful. You're a fucking brilliant bartender, you know that, right? Fucking perfect every damn time. It's not what he set out to do, but Husk was glad he didn't do too bad a job. His hand rubbed soothing circle. Okay, this is driving me crazy. I can see this out of the corner of my eye. I'm removing this. Okay. I feel better now. It was not what he had set out to do, but Husk was glad he didn't do too bad a job. His hand rubbed soothing circles on Angel's arm as he drank, pretty content with the silence. He didn't know what to say really to that aside from, yeah, well, nope, wrong voice. Yeah, well, don't forget to tip your bartender. There's cash in the pile of my crap. Angel pointed towards the bathroom where he'd stripped off. Somehow, even after washing and near choking on water, his eyes were still smudged with coal and streaks of mascara. He could feel the dregs of lipstick clinging to his mouth. He looked at Rek, and the fucking crying was not helping. He still was crying, though. It was unintentional. It was pissing him off. He drank another gulp. So thanks. I don't know how... Tick-tock on the clock, party don't stop. I should know that song well enough to sing it from memory, and I'm mad at myself that I don't. Shit, that's shit. Fuck, where's my phone? Husker grumbled, half considering kicking it. Ruth has zoomies.
Stay here, princess. Heading into the bathroom, he finally found the phone and the pile of clothes off the floor. With a sigh, he handed the phone to Angel. How's the, I'm glad Honda Civic also has zoomies. I keep hearing her hit the door. Heading into the bathroom, he finally found the phone and the pile of clothes off the floor. With a sigh, he handed the phone to Angel. That was the option of just not answering looking. Angel had a slight shiver to his hands as he took the phone. He shook his head adamantly. Not an option. Can't not answer. Gotta, else he'll... He clicked the green button. Hey, babe. Did you take the last of my fucking dope before you scampered off? What? No, babe. Oscar watched this for a moment. Instead of leaving like he usually did, he pulled out his own phone, a brick of a Nokia phone, and typed on it. Would you like me to make you a devil's advocate? Angel read the message with watery eyes. You better not. Don't make me test you when you get back here, Angel. I never, babe. Never. He looked at Husk and slowly shook his head. Babe, I gotta ask you something. No, you cannot have the rest of the fucking night off. You're going in the lounge in an hour. An hour? But babe, What? Babe, if I don't wanna... You think you're out of work just because you don't feel like it? No, babe, no, I mean, like, after, if I said no to you, would you be mad? You'd rather fuck strangers than me? What did I do, baby? Did I do something wrong? Angel started to cry again. Husker grit his teeth, fingers awkwardly typing. You're never wrong for not wanting to do something. He leaned against Angel again. Seems you needed to teach him about gaslighting, too. Angel sniffed, holding the phone closer to his ear. No, sometimes I ain't, in the mood to... But we always have a good time, don't we, baby? Always make you feel good, treat you special. Yeah, I just been thinking. Who's been putting all this in your head? Who have you been talking to? No one. Come home, Angel. I miss you. I... See you in an hour. The call ended. Angel dropped the phone onto the covers. There was so much he could say, should say, but the bartender wasn't sure Angel was up to hearing. After a long moment, he simply said, He's such a fucking shit stain, before opening his arms a bit. If you need one. He ain't really, he just... Angel did accept the hug. He felt incredibly vulnerable, not because he was undressed, but because something else was laid bare. It was freaking him out a little bit. Val, he can be real sweet. Husker grumbled something. It's called manipulation, honey. His hold tightened slightly, but I'm not making you hear anything you don't want to. If things get too much, you ever feel things aren't right, you come here, you hear? His chin dropped on top of Angel's head with a low, discontented growl. I'll fuck him up, no questions asked. Angel shook his head, cheek buried in Husk's chest. Val likes fucking folks up, he mumbled. Ain't nothing no one can do. I can deal. I agreed. It's my job. No. Everything riled up in rejection of that sentence. No job description has to be assaulted as part of its contract. Well, no fucking legal contract does. Thick fingers absent-mindedly stroked Angel's hair. What's stopping you going independent? Or doing something else? It was ironic he was giving this advice considering his own situation. I couldn't do that to Val. He helped me. He got me off the street, man. He got me off that cheap shit and gave me better stuff. Angel was justifying desperately. He felt the touch of his hair, and instinct made him jump. I couldn't do that. You don't owe me for the bath, right? I offered that to you. I don't expect anything back. Husk's hand stilled, cursing himself for forgetting. Only a low-down gutter rat will expect something for doing something. He tried to look at Angel's face. You're not a vending machine, Angel. Angel shrugged. Guess I know that now, don't I?
But I don't know, I'd have figured I owed you, and I hate that, so I'd have found a way to pay you back fast. He groaned, rubbing his face. Fuck, don't know if I want some crack or a fucking nap, or both.
A long glance at the narrow bed. You can nap here if you like. I got to do some stuff at the bar anyway. Stock. There was an odd shrug as Husk pointedly ignored the fact that Angel was expected somewhere else. If you don't mind how thin the mattress is, I doubt it's up to princess standards. He sighed. And no, I don't expect you to pay me back for shit. It was out of my own good heart and whatever's left of it. Angel swallowed.
I don't know, I mean, I'm fucking shattered, but I gotta be back real soon.
He chewed his lip and looked around as if hoping the answer would appear before him.
You sure as shit got a better heart than I do.
Husk wasn't sure why he said it, or why he said it the way he did. Angel, please stay. He didn't want to see him coming back with more bruises. More importantly, he didn't want Angel to end up not able to come back at all. He knew he had overstepped the moment those words left his mouth, though. Angel was touched, genuinely. He had been told to stay before. He had been commanded to. He had been dragged back. But never asked so kindly before. And he really, really wanted to stay. Ah, shut it, he whispered. I'll be in so much trouble. Hands clenched in sheets. He should stop. Husker stared at his bedroom door, the little electric heater casting the dark room with a soft, warm light. He should respect Angel's choices, even if they were so wrong. But his lips moved, words filling the space between them. Do you want me to convince you otherwise?
Kinda.
Angel admitted it very quietly. He wanted to be told to stay. He wanted to be told to go. He wanted Val to call and say it was all a huge misunderstanding. They could work it all out, and of course he didn't have to work the lounge tonight. The bartender reached slowly for Angel's hand, fingers entwining, pulling him closer. Message him. Tell him you're not well. You need to see the doctor, whatever the fuck it is you need to do. He leaned his head against Angel's. Stay. His fingers squeezed once. The words were simple, blunt even. There was a softness to them.
Hi. Hi, little lady. Cat break. Come here.
I can't get her to come over here.
Come on. There she is. Mwah.
Don't lick my mouth. No, I'm just bothering Ruth.
He won't believe me.
Angel clutched at Husk's hand, feeling something catch in his throat. There was something about being held back like this. It's dangerous. Husk forgot what it was like to be needed like this. Listen, if you want to stay, stay. I know you're probably not in the safest fucking spot. He gestured around the room. It's not like I can take care of you either. Fuck, I can barely take care of myself.
You ain't filling me with confidence over here.
Angel sat back, shifting away from Husk's embrace and chewing his lip.
Let me shut my eyes for like half an hour.
There was some shifting, and then the heavy duvet was pulled up to his shoulder. Can't promise I'll wake you. The murmur was thoroughly amused. Angel sighed.
Fuck,
He snuggled into the covers. Half an hour. I'll feel better and I can go home. Despite his words, after half an hour, Husk did wake Angel. Angel's clothes were folded carefully on the end of the bed. The whole time he'd busied himself in the closed bar, stocking and restocking with a little more aggression than was strictly necessary, leaving his room as a space for Angel. Bleary eyes blinked slowly open. Angel looked around, confused for a moment before he realized where he was.
Morning, Toots.
He stretched, then yelped, feeling his ribs burn. His eyes went immediately to his phone. It had not rung once, nor made a sound all the while he slept.
Couldn't give me a hand, could ya? Don't reckon I can get the jump around by myself.
The request surprised a laugh out of Husk. Sure, Princess, don't get used to this service. He helped Angel one arm in, then the next, hands deft but gentle. I might have to start charging. That made Angel laugh too. It was a little forced, too much worry behind it, but he meant it. Once he was kitted out in the big cozy jumper, nets, and tiny shorts, Angel stood up and put the phone into his back pocket. The purple bruising on his face stood out more now. He was paler without the makeup.
See you soon then, yeah? Gotta finish that whiskey.
Yeah? Husker tugged the jumper so it sat better. I see. So if I want to keep you coming back, I should pop open another bottle. He straightened, looking up at him. Sit. I'll help you with the boots. Bending over is going to hurt still. He didn't mean to, but he did see everything while Angel was in the bath. Angel just nodded.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
He sat forwards carefully and helped Husk wiggle his feet into his tall boots.
Look, thanks, for all this. I appreciate it.
He grabbed the sunglasses off the bed and held them in his hand, heading for the door. There was a slight shrug as Husker followed him. I only did what I wanted to. He unlocked and opened the front door for Angel, but he didn't move out of the way at first. Instead, he let his gaze trail over the thin body, aware of all the hurts beneath. I'm serious. Let me know if you ever want to make him disappear. There was something in that tone of voice that hinted he wasn't exaggerating or joking. Angel believed that Husk believed it, but he gave a small, low, sad laugh.
Yeah, sure, like that can happen.
He reached and touched the bartender's cheek. I'm laughing at the parentheses. Down? And the boots it must be down, right? And touched the bartender's cheek, once with his hand. A tiny thing, a tiny gesture.
Be seeing you, doll.
A hand slammed against the frame, effectively trapping Angel. I'm being serious. Of all things, the bartender needed Angel to believe he had an out. Just let me know, all right, Princess? If you ever need someone, remember me. The slam made Angel jump and recoil. His eyes wide, he slid back a step. Manicured nails fell as his hand dropped away from Husk's cheek.
Sure, I get it. I gotta go now.
Fuck. Husker took 2 steps away from the door, rubbing his face in frustration. At himself, mostly. I'm sorry. He searched and failed to find something to say.
Don't be. It's alright.
Angel rolled his shoulders and stood up straighter.
I gotta get home. See you around, doll.
He did really leave then, and the only thing he left behind were trails of glitter and one pink heart earring lost in the folds of Husk's bedding. Random out of context quotes? Glow balls? What exactly were you searching for to find something like this, Husk? Alright, I am going to take a quick pause. I've been going at this for like 2 hours. I need to drink some water and use the bathroom. So I will be right back. We'll take a quick break. Da, da, da. my shit on? Okay. This upcoming week, I will try to remember to look into elevator music to play when I go on breaks. Because it's funny. I just gotta remember to actually do that. Because I do think it would be really funny and I want to do that. I just keep forgetting. I know I have a Discord notification. The book I've been reading just posted the first chapter. Okay. I'm gonna be thinking about that for the rest of the stream. There's a book I'm beta reading, and they just posted the first chapter, and I'm so excited. I love beta reading for this author. I was like texting one of the other beta readers, like, you gotta tell me as soon as it's out. And he's like, it's out. And so I'm gonna be reading that after this, after stream. Because I cannot read that on stream. I can't wait to chop my hair off. This shit's annoying me. I'm about to take a pair of scissors and just... Okay. Okay, now I have to focus on reading this when all I want to do is read literally anything by Valentine Debouché. I honestly might message Valentine and see if I can read some of his books on stream. Just because I love his stuff. Da, 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 da. Okay, this one does have a warning for OD. If this is the chapter I think it is, heavy emphasis on the suicidal ideation and drug overdose. Don't send me shit about it. Fun. I'm pausing stream to read something that I just got sent. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay. Let me focus on what I was supposed to be doing. Okay. I'm having ADHD zoomies about it. Okay. There had been many times when footfalls came close and walked on by the bar that Husker found himself holding his breath. A few times he caught himself wondering if he chased the man away forever. And then, as the days passed and became weeks, his thoughts began to spiral. He knew men like Valentino. If that prick thought what was considered his was slipping out of his grasp, anything could happen. Too many nights he woke in a cold sweat, wondering if he'd given Angel just enough rope to get himself hanged. After a month, Husker found himself at the steps of a place he didn't think he would be at again. The old building loomed above him, in front of him, and he glared at it like it had personally offended him, lighting a cigarette for the first time in a long while, and giving it a long drag. He'd forgotten how much he hated being outdoors during daytime, and also how much he hated churches as well. With a sigh, he stopped out the cigarette on the stone wall and placed his foot on the wide steps up to the church with a long sigh. There had been many nights when footfalls outside the bedroom door had Angel frozen. Yes, he did. There had been many nights when footfalls outside the bedroom door had Angel frozen. Sat at his mirror, laying in the bed sheets, knelt on the floor applying nail varnish. Every time he had turned to look, with a block of ice making its way down his spine and a shiver on his lips. It had not been a good return. Val had been so upset. The whole night had been off. Val had sat up in the office and not once even watched the stage shows. Thankfully, none of the customers had noticed a thing. Angel made sure of that. He was perfect, from the newly applied makeup to the tips of his toes. Nobody knew anything was wrong. Then Val had just said nothing. It was worse than shouting. Angel could deal with the yelling. He did it himself sometimes if he really wanted to. Usually when he was hungover or out of coke. The waiting was awful. Waiting and waiting. Val said nothing. He didn't even sleep in their bed. So Angel had tried everything. Worked harder, longer, been better, done everything and more. Finally, Val had beckoned him over after a long, long shoot, and they made up. Angel suspected his new improved mood had something to do with the new contract. It was getting V Tower a shit ton of cash, and all they had to do was one extra shoot a week. He tried not to think about that dusty, dim bar. He had tried especially hard not to think about the bartender. And definitely not about everything he had said. Angel still hadn't tried saying no yet, though. Then one day, a month or so later, he'd been taken out with a couple of Val's location scouters. They needed test pictures of him on location, and somehow they had offered enough cash to a church to let them film in their confessional booth. The shoot wasn't for another few days, though, so for today, Angel sat in the booth, idly scrolling his phone, while the two scouters took photo after photo, examining angles and lights. The massive oak doors creaked open, and there were a few voices filtering through the empty church. One very familiar husky voice going, "What the fuck do you mean it's been closed to the public? It's a fucking church. You know what we not gonna do here? Segregate a fucking church. What kind of priest are ya, huh? That robe's just for show? Don't you dare touch me if you want to keep being able to wipe your own ass yourself." And it seemed like it was only going to escalate from there. Angel froze. He stayed where he was, but his eyes flicked to the door. He was certain he knew that voice. "Racket, racket, racket. What's the noise for?" one of the scouters tutted. The other one turned to call over their shoulder to the priest. "They can come in now. We're nearly done. Just another few minutes and some establishing shots. They can be here while we do that." Angel bit his tongue and said nothing. He was not sure how he felt about Husk catching a glimpse of him like this. He wasn't exactly porn shoot ready or anything. He was dressed up, though. New pink boots this time, and a fluffy white shrug over his shoulders. The tiny shorts and tiny top were new, and Val had given him a black sparkly choker to complete the look. But somehow he felt untrue to the man who had tried so earnestly to help him. Husker turned. It was like he'd walked into a wall. Freezing, he caught sight of the man he'd managed to work himself into a frenzy about. A long sigh practically fell out of him. Relief. Angel wasn't dead. Followed instantly by fury and confusion, and then concern in rapid succession. Eyes traced Angel's body, and a little bit more tension leached out of him at the lack of visible hurts. It's not much, but it was something. Long strides from the short Italian man had him sitting in one of the front pews, one hand flipping a little salute to Angel as he waited his turn for the confession booth. Angel sat still. The site he had been scrolling through left forgotten. He stared as Husk padded into the church and sat down right... Oh, it's my cat. Sat down right in his eye line. Was he following him? What the fuck was he doing here? The scouters kept going, snapping pictures and filming. And Angel continued to just sit and stare. He vaguely listened to their chatter, watching the man sitting in the front pew. He wanted to run, but he wanted to stay, too. He was stiff and sore, and he knew he had a long day in a while. He should head back to V Tower. He should have a bath and smother himself in that perfume Val loved. He should... Instead, as they were packing up, he slipped away and hovered awkwardly on the bench, just down the passage by the confessional booth, chewing his baby pink nails. Husker blinked, head turning to look at Angel for a moment. "Hey, do me a favor and hold on to this for me, will you?" With that, he tossed the Nokia brick phone at Angel. It wasn't like it was going to break if Angel didn't catch it, and with that, he grabbed a passing priest by the collar and yanked him into the confession booth, ignoring the protests of him not being on duty that day. Sure what?"
Angel fumbled but managed to catch. Sorry, I'm distracted about this fucking thing. Angel fumbled but managed to catch the brick of a phone as it bounced in his lap. He watched Husk walk away and sat still, wondering why on earth he had decided to stay, but secretly very glad that he did. Before Husk closed the door, he looked back at Angel, then at the phone, then he pointed at the phone meaningfully. Don't save your number under something strange, okay, Princess? And the door slammed shut. Angel understood, but he had to pull out his new phone to get the number. There was no point memorizing them. He could wind up with a new one any day. If Val thought he was being too cozy with a client or not replying fast enough, the phone vanished, or got smashed in the man's hand. Sometimes it was Angel who broke them, chucked against their bedroom walls or at slamming doors after Val. He always regretted it, but maybe he could take better care of this one. As he typed out the number, he pondered on what name to use. Angel didn't feel right. He put his own phone away, deep in a pocket, then stared down at Husk's brick. He began to type into the contacts line. ANTHONY. But he deleted it. Instead, he put Whiskey Princess XXX. I don't know if you're making fun of me or the characters. Inside the booth, before he could get to any confession, Husk put his head down in his hands and let out a gut-deep sigh. Of all the places to run into him, why did it have to be here? He'd had so many... Yeah, I should have gathered that. I'm so professional sitting here giggling, kicking my feet at my phone. He'd had so many things he wanted to say, but they all fled when he actually saw that damned man again. Well, he was here, so we might as well make use of the services. With a voice that promised murder, he began to... I do have the tism. He began to confess his sins. I keep making one of my friends laugh when he's in like a dead, silent room. By the time he was done hailing Marys and came out of the booth, the priest who'd stumbled out the other door looked like he'd been through a war. All right, Angel, what you doing here? When Husk re-emerged, Angel's eyes caught sight of the priest, and he couldn't stop the small smirk at the guy's face. He slung an arm over the back of the bench as Husk reached him. Nothing much today. Just set up. Be back tomorrow to shoot. And what are you doing? Work. The pieces clicked into place, and Husker looked conflicted. I suppose religious trauma sells. He sat down heavily next to Angel, conscious of the breathable space between them. Found a better bar to go to? Not too hard, considering. He trailed off as he took his phone back, freezing mid-sentence as he saw what name Angel had saved under. He slid his phone into his pocket. I've been, drinking up at the lounge, Angel explained, but he couldn't quite meet Husk's eyes. Yeah, should be a good shoot. Yeah, should be a good shoot. He put the act back on and flashed a grin. Gonna be dressed up as a sinner in church. Holy fuck, right? Angel shot up and then furrowed. Husk was beginning to understand that mask, but it seemed wrong. He didn't like it. Don't do that. His lips furrowed and he pulled out a 10 bottle, but ultimately decided against drinking in a church. A flashy grin faltered a little bit. Do what? Angel eyed the bottle, more than a small part of him wanting a taste. He could still taste the fizzy, sugary, sweet shots upon shots he had been plied with over and over again every day and night, back at the studio and the lounge. He felt like his soul itself was sticky with it all. Church is a very common place to get fucked up, Angel. Doesn't matter if you're in front of a screen or the back of a bar. If you're fucked, you're fucked. Ain't nothing glamorous about it. So what was you confessing to in there, then? Been a naughty fucker? Husk turned to properly look at Angel.
Don't hide from me. I want to sit with my angel, not angel dust. Angel stiffened. I ain't yours. I ain't nobody's. I'm. But he thought of Val, and he felt a tug of guilt. He was Val's, in a way. Yeah, you're all yours. Husker rubbed the back of his neck. He turned to look at Angel. I like the way you are when you're not pretending. That's all. The bartender's gaze lifted up to the confession booth. I guess I was airing my sins. His cold gaze flicked to the pale-looking priest, who didn't seem to have recovered yet. Suppose the only reason the police ain't barging in here is that I haven't acted on them yet. Sometimes people should be grateful. I don't think they're worth going to jail. Angel cooled down his frustration as Husk spoke. Like telling your thoughts, but not doing nothing? He asked. Sounds smart. Ain't nothing to check you in jail for. You never did none of it. Screw it. Husk took a swig before offering the bottle to Angel, ignoring the looks he was getting. Yeah, still had to say enough Hail Marys that my tongue has gone fucking numb, though. Here, have a sip. Then if they try to kick me out, you gotta come with. Angel did accept the bottle and drank a long swig. Made him choke and cough, but he swallowed. Fuck, real fucking booze. Damn, fuck, I needed that. He eyed the bartender sideways. You wanna take me someplace or what? Husker's thoughts went back to the early morning dark rooms where Angel curled up in a small shape in his bed. What, you don't want to experience being kicked out of a church? A grin threatens the edge of his lips. He stood, offering Angel a hand. Come on, let's get out of here. Angel hesitated. It'd been a tease, a joke. He really should get back, but Val was in meetings. Fuck, Val wasn't even at the tower. He wasn't scheduled to dance or fuck in the lounge tonight, and there weren't any shoots until tomorrow. Maybe he hadn't meant it as a joke after all. Fuck it, show me a good time, Adolf. He took Husk's hand and got up. Random out of context quote. So you could easily be my sugar daddy, is that what you're saying? Husk. I would love to know the context for that. I'm trying to kill this bug. Okay. What chapter? Okay, that wasn't the chapter I was thinking it was. I know sometime soon there's gonna be a bit heavier. I think they put it at the top though. Now I get to read text. I don't want the bugs to be inside me. That's not where bugs belong. Now I'm cold. That should be fine. And Maku and Jack are here to yell at me for lifting my arms. Do you have bugs inside of you, Tafton? Pusscat, you awake? It's 5 a.m. Why are you awake? I thought you were my boss. What kind of bugs you got going on inside your body? Yes, I'm still reading the same fanfic. It's 17 chapters. Aren't you supposed to be having so many bees? You're supposed to be having date night. Why are you even here? This is lighthearted. Yes, I'm still reading the same fanfiction. Hello. I'm probably, if I read another fanfiction, it'll be on a different stream. Hand what over? You want the fanfic? I'm pretty sure I've sent you this fanfic.
Hold on, I can drop a link to this in chat though. Hold on. Da, 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 da. Let me go to the right server. Don't mind me smiling like a dumbass because I'm excited that my fucking beta read is up. Ah! Okay, where the fuck is this? Okay, there it is. They tag me every single time they update a chapter, so now I'm trying to find the first chapter. I also cannot see my chat right now, so if you're saying shit to me, I can't see it. Let me check. You'll be waiting patiently. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in chat and then I'll also send it to you specifically, gamer. Did I pass it? I think I passed it. Yes, I did. Okay, there it is. Copy. You're not invisible. You can't do crime. Okay, there you go. Y'all should both have... Okay. You can be by and do crime. That is allowed. I'm getting texted about the beta read and I'm like, please. Okay. Fraud. Well, a bunch of people were committing fraud recently. I can boss you about if you like. Huh, like you don't already. What you doing? Wait, coffee. Yeah. I've had 2 hours of sleep. Why are you even awake? Cute. I haven't slept yet. Still in set at the pool. Why you only slept 2 hours? I had to clean up after the bar closed. Had some shitheads in here last night. Pool? What kind of porn needs a pool? The pool boy is gonna have to drain and clean that whole pool. That's me. I'm the pool boy. Fucked if I know what the hell they even do, but they don't seem important. Husker. Typing. They clean the pool. Fuck off. Script says Script just says I bend over and blow my whistle a lot. That's not a very good pool boy, but I never got porn logic. Ha! I knew you watched porn. Go on, tell me your faves. Don't have one. Only watched when I was younger, and then a few more recently. Still don't get it. Recently, huh? Go on. When's your shoot? Been shooting all night, doll. Nearly done. How's work shaping up? They broke my fucking table. If it wasn't against the rules, I would have shot him. Poker table, pool table, table, bar table by the door. Do you have water? Got a whole pool full of it, doll. To drink. You are not good for my blood pressure, princess. Aw, you worrying about me, Pusscat. Yes. Do you do this often? Text, just a text? Not much. You keep replying, though, so... I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm just not used to it. Get used to it, handsome. Oh, that's a new one. Handsome. You are. You are. Handsome, Pusscat. Handsome whiskers. Handsome husky. You really think that? Yep, sure do. Are you drunk? I wish. Tired, tipsy, fucked, sore. I think I fucking tore something. Fuck. Have you had medical aid yet? Are you okay? Where are you? Nope. And bed. Remind me to give you medicinal creams next time we meet, and a lawyer so you can get a
decent work environment.
Don't be stupid, Pusscat. I'm fnibbling.
And then it devolves into random letters. Sleep, water, text me when you wake, okay? Because unless that was something young people speak, I understood nothing of that.
Sorry, Val came home. Had to, do stuff.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he was in a good mood.
He can go fuck himself.
Apparently not. That's why I'm here.
And how is that your problem? Shit. Sorry. This is why I don't text. I'm not mad at you.
I gotta get ready for work.
And an out-of-context quote from Nifty this time. She was filthy, gave her the hose, she screamed lots. What the fuck does that mean? We're actually getting through pretty far into this. Okay.
More water.
My teeth feel bad. When's your next day off?
Haha, so funny. I don't get much days off, Pusscat. I ain't booked in 2 months late. Is after midnight okay?
You've mainly seen me at night.
You look prettier at night.
That took a long time for me to figure out what you wrote.
See, that's the thing. They took the teeth out, but now I'm not allowed to have them back.
My jaw hurts a little bit.
Oh, I'm dissociating.
They did steal my teeth. I asked if I could have my teeth, and they said no because it's a biohazard.
Why? Sorry, tipsy. People keep buying me shots.
Pretend to drink, toss it into pot plant. Because I learned to read English, not tipsy speak.
Fuck me.
Not while you're drunk.
Not what I mean, Pusscat. Fuck.
What do you mean then? I hate text. Can we call?
Why?
What?
Fuck. Why do you hate texts?
Because... a breath. I sound like even more of an asshole.
What? On text? Fuck. I feel like shit, Husk. I'm really fucking high.
You're high?
Yeah, things got real. Fuck me. Things got mad. I needed to take the fucking edge off. And a fuckload of other things, too.
Can you leave now? I can lock up and come find you.
You know where I am. I'm on the balcony at the lounge. It's all quiet now anyways. Fuck, I'm thirsty.
You're where? Sounds of rustling, keys, the door slamming. I'm on my way.
Balcony up, I don't know, someplace.
Wind gently rushes past. Angel? Angel? Oh fuck, Angel?
Far away from everything, needed air. I can see the back door down there.
Angel, what did you take?
Funny.
I feel ridiculous reading this call. Angel?
The back door's so far.
I'm almost there. The back door, yeah?
No, there's bouncers. They'll see you. Fuck it, I can climb down.
Sounds of clinks on metal and wind. Don't fall. Oh, for fuck's sake. Car tires squealing.
I'm fine. It's not even that high.
Hi, giggles.
I am, though.
I swear to fucking God, Angel. Cacophony continues now with Russian swearing. Fun fact of this, Husker is like Russian and Italian, which is very good.
I'm almost down now. Look, you can't see. Whoa, fuck, shh, don't let them hear.
Slamming of brakes. Fuck, I'm here. Are you learning Russian? Is that what that was in relation to?
I'm in a hedge.
Oh, I see. By the end of the fanfic, I'll know the entire Hasbin lore. I don't think that Husker is Russian in Hasbin Hotel, but he is in this fic. You will know a fair amount of interesting Hasbin lore, because a lot of it, there is stuff that is referenced. Get in. I'm the old dark red Toyota. The beat up car. Can you see me?
Yeah, I'm coming. Fuck me. Fuck.
Scrambling in the bush, twig snapping.
Ow, fuck, ow. Here, I'm fucking here.
I'm just imagine a gangly man crawling out of a hedge. That's what's happening right now.
Why'd you come, huh?
For fuck's sake, Angel, hang up. And the out of context quote is, "We created a new hashtag for porn." The rake approaches. Okay, this is the chapter I keep waiting on. So this specific chapter has an extra trigger warning for suicidal thoughts, abuse, and non-con. Just as a heads up, it's not too bad, but I also am not bothered by things very easily, so that could just be me. Yeah, this chapter is a bit rough. This whole fic does get a bit heavy in certain areas, and this is like definitely one of the moments where it's like, ooh, that's some real shit. Which it has been, and it's specifically angel dust, so like fair enough. Not surprising. The car was definitely beat up. It looked like it should be recycled. The inside was comfortable though, worn and well used, but clean. A lot like the man it belonged to. Husker was driving for a long time, just focusing on getting them away from the tower. He glanced at Angel a few times, trying to gauge his state, aside from high as a kite. Angel?
Mm-hmm.
Angel scrunched up in the passenger seat, half hot and half shivering.
Where are we going, husky cat?
His vision was blurring. The world was so bright. How? It was nighttime, for fuck's sake.
Your car's comfy.
Huh, that's a first. The bartender finally pulled in at a 24/7 mall, the kind that had too many lights and too many teenagers. The parking lot at least was darker when Husker had parked beneath a leafy tree. Now he could finally do what he needed to do. Leaning forward. Don't mind me. His fingers gently tilted Angel's head so he could check his eyes, then down to his neck to feel his pulse and breathing. There was a shaky sigh. High as a kite, but still stable. Slumping into the driver's seat, he covered his face. You fucking scared me, Angel.
How would I scare you?
Angel was trying to count the freckles across Husk's nose. There was a soft, relieved laugh. Husker opened his eyes, attempting to try not to get cross-eyed with how close Angel was. You were on a balcony, Angel, with all the shit you had going on. He touched Angel's cheek. I'm glad I was wrong. I'm glad you're still here.
Aw, Pusscat. You thought I was gonna eat myself up?
The younger man laughed so hard he started to cough.
Nah, tried that before. They fished me out of the hedge. Not tall enough.
Husker's jaw clenched so hard it hurt, but somehow he managed to keep words that would harm more than help to himself. Fucking Christ, Angel. His lips thinned, and he had to deliberately hold his thighs. Tight enough to hurt the pain, enough to hold him back. He watched Angel with a million words he didn't know how to say before settling on, let's get something to drink, yeah? Angel had a weird smile plastered on his face, halfway between a laugh and a sigh.
Don't be sad, Pusscat. It's never gonna happen. He stroked Husk's arm. Sure, drink. Strong, yeah? A raised eyebrow. We aren't at my bar, Angel. Unless we raid the liquor store. Leaning slightly towards Angel, shoulders bumping. Let's go see what's in there and grab something, okay? Oh, we ain't. Where are we? Ooh! Angel nodded, reaching down to press the release on his seatbelt a few times. He managed to get out of the car slowly on bare fish-netted feet. Husker was on the other side already. There was so much he'd like to say, to do, but instead he held out a hand to Angel. How about we get you some shoes? His gaze tracked up, and maybe a jersey or a jacket, too. He gave Angel a small smile. I haven't gone to one of these places in years. Don't you think I got enough shoes? Val always says. Wait, what? Huh? Guess I ditched them before I shot up. Angel stumbled, laughed, and took Husk's arm. Bet I left them in the bathroom. He managed to meet the man's eyes and smiled back. Thanks for bringing me. Looks fun. The rough, warm hand. Reading. Listen, it was the best I could do. Hi, Jack. I'm on chapter 7. Oh, okay, where was I? The rough, warm hand patted Angel's. Yeah, maybe I needed the company. At least there were stranger sights at a 24/7 mall. Wait. He knelt and unlaced his boots, placing them in front of Angel. Go on. You're old and might be a bit big on you, but... Angel was laughing again. No, Huscat, no, they're yours. And I can get some new ones. Look, that star, that one's open. And look, there's pink sparkly boots. Oh my god, baby, we have to get me those. Husk hesitated, looking up at Angel, and then the window with pink explosion of shoes Angel was looking at. It looked like someone took pink reflective sneakers and vomited glitter on them, but at least they were flat. Still, Angel would have to walk across the rough part of this road, and then onto the cold tiles of the mall. And being so high, he would probably feel it a lot more than Husker would, or not feel it at all, depending. Tugging at Angel's calf to attempt to get his attention. You sure you don't want to wear these boots, at least till we get you those? Angel did kinda absolutely want to wear anything of Husk's, but he stared at Husk's feet, worried. But what about your feet, Huscat Kitty? I love Angel. He blinked a long blink, eyes sloppy and unfocused. There was a snort. I can survive a walk into a mall, Princess. Soles of my feet are practically leather by now, so you stepping into these or not? Otherwise, I'm just going to have to carry you like a sack of potatoes. Angel giggled, both hands over his mouth. I like you carrying me, he admitted aloud. There was a burst of air as Husker huffed a laugh, and for the first time the crippling concern from finding him in this state broke from a new emotion. Cute. Lacing his boots back on, he reached around, lifting Angel by the waist to sit him on the warm hood of the car. Fine. He was shaking his head in exasperation, but somehow, still here, still indulging in him. He knew why. He just didn't want to think on it. Do you want to be a backpack or a princess, then? Princess, duh. Angel clicked his tongue and shook his head with a grin. I'm your princess, remember? He held out his arms to the man. Another laugh as Husker easily pulled him into his arms. Since when did I take on the responsibility of a princess? Still, he settled Angel comfortably in his arms, finding himself enjoying the weight of Angel's head on his shoulder. Have you eaten yet? Angel shook his head, burying his hands in Husk's shirt. Not supposed to. Can't spoil the aesthetic in the lounge. Am I hungry? Fuck, what if I'm hungry? Headache. Foggy brain. Fog in brain. He was comfy in Husk's arm. Husky cat, he whispered, a tiny voice in the late night light. It hurts. Husker stopped by the doors, his heart breaking. The man in his arms was withering away, and he wasn't sure what he could do to not make it worse. Instead of going into the mill, he held on tighter. I want to help. But no,
He didn't want to push too hard. He didn't want to lose another. Do you want a McDonald's meal or that fucking Happy Meal with the toy? Angel smiled into Husk's shoulder, eyes half closed. Toy, please. He felt wired, awake and on high alert, but somehow he was exhausted. Angel, what did you take? The question came quietly between them. Husk was a little afraid of the answer.
Dunno, just got given it. I don't know, Pusscat. Gotta do everything they want, but it all got too loud and too much hurt, and so I asked for a hit, to forget for a bit, to feel good again. Fuck, just took it, didn't ask.
I would also like a McDonald's. I would like a Wendy's. I would like a Wendy's spicy nugget. There was a curt nod before Husker headed into the mall and straight into the store, which was being manned by a singular, rather exhausted-looking teen, nodding towards the window. That pink set in, he glanced down at Angel's feet. His size. Angel wiggled his toes as the teen sighed and went to get the box for them. He squeezed Husk's hand.
Thank you. You're mad, ain't ya?
The question came out of the blue. He hadn't expected it. Why the fuck would I be mad at you? That said, he had to look at the price tag of the sneakers and wince. He'd have to get an advance on his salary after all, though he had no one but himself to blame for drinking his payments away. Angel chewed on his thumb.
I scared ya, and I'm fucked right now, baby. You don't look as shiny as normally.
Do I usually look shiny to you? The bartender was genuinely disconcerted by this revelation. He was unshaven, clad in the same worn-out nonsense, day in and day out. Was hardly well-groomed and hacked his own hair, not exactly what he'd associate with the word shiny. Probably because I just got off work. He ignored the get a room, mumbled by the teen as he settled Angel onto an ottoman and slid the shoes on. They fit. It's not like you were trying to scare me, Angel. You didn't know that would scare me, did you? So it's not on you. There, what do you think? Pink enough for you, Princess? Angel wiggled his feet, grinning.
They're perfect.
He fumbled in the waistband of his fishnet, dragging out a crumpled handful of single bills. His eyes were glazed over, but he was grinning. Oh, Husker shoved the notes back into Angel's hands. You forgot your shoes, but you brought this? Angel flashed a gold tooth and a grin.
They kind of get stuffed in all night in the lounge.
Husk shook his head and handed the teen his card. Installments. While they waited, he looked the porn star up and down carefully. You alright there? Angel was nodding, but he was hugging his knees, beginning to share. Husk stooped and there it goes. Husk stooped and picked up Angel gently. I'm guessing you'd want something pink to wear? We can warm you up. Find you some kind of hoodie, or... Angel stood up slowly, grabbing onto Husk.
Pink, yes. Cold. Cold me, cold.
Christ. Oof. Okay, fuck. Are you related to an octopus? Still, he wrangled the really handsy Angel back into a princess hold, taking back his card awkwardly and striding out without a backwards glance. The next mission was close. It was kind of perfunctory, the way Husker simply strode past windows that lacked pink and glitter. Finally, he found a slightly more promising store. He glanced at Angel, checking that he was still conscious. You feel up for walking, or...
I can walk.
Angel nodded, eyes swimming. As he was gently set down, he swished his feet in the new shoes.
I love them. I love them. I love them. I love you, Pusscat. Thank you.
He's high. Husker knew this. Angel was about as high as the Eiffel Tower. He could be professing love to a telephone pole next, and it would be equally true and equally expected. But still, he couldn't help the very telling leap his heart did in his chest when Angel said that. Yeah, my pleasure, came the gruff reply. He stood close, keeping to Angel's side, but by the third time Angel almost walked into a mannequin. Husker took his hand, fingers entwined to anchor the man to his side. See anything you like, Princess? Angel held on tight to Husk's hand. He began to lean against the man the further into the store they walked.
I like you, Pusscat, but shh, can't tell. Fuck, I like you so much.
Angel nearly cried.
I missed you. I missed you. Fuck, my life hurts. Then he was drawn by a pink jumper and he darted at it. Ooh, this one. It was a unique kind of self-hatred Husker had as he watched Angel speak words from the soul. Words he probably would have never voiced if he hadn't been so messed up with whatever the fuck he was on. Instead, he helped him the only way he knew how. Go try it on. And in the back of his mind, he fought to not let the words, "my life hurts," haunt him. Can I get it? 2 minutes later, Angel was wearing the neon pink jumper with a lopsided grin lighting up his face. Please, oh please, Puss Kitty, please. Husker hadn't really processed much of the outfit choice, aside from so much pink, so he couldn't help the incredulous and bemused laugh when he saw the bejeweled skeleton hands pattered across the front of the thing, supporting non-existent breasts. Don't ever fucking change, Princess. The urge to hold him, to kiss him, spiked, but he refrained. It was not his place. Instead, he nodded at a far more attentive salesperson and paid for the pink monstrosity. You warm enough in that thing, Angel? Angel nodded happily. So warm, super warm. He spoke a little clearer now, something calming as his heartbeat settled. But his impulse control was still shot, so as they left the store, he tugged on Husk's hand to stop them walking. He threw his arms around the man, hugging him so close and tight, catching his fingers in Husk's shirt. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Husky. There was a surprised sound, an odd frozen moment as Husker patted him on the back reflexively. Seeing as Angel wasn't letting go anytime soon, he sighed and wrapped his own arms around the rather liquid-like man. Yeah, don't worry about it. I just didn't want to see you wandering about with me uncomfortable. My father was shit, but he raised a gentleman. Angel nodded into Husk's shoulder. Gentleman is you. You are my whole fucking gentleman. Fuck, Husky. Why do you have to be so, fuck. Fuck, it didn't hurt so bad before you. Fuck you, Huscat. I miss you so much when you go. Fuck you. He pulled back, holding the man's hand close. Food. It was hard to not think about everything Angel was saying. It was like his words were smacking him in the face with all the facts he'd deduced, but had been too afraid to get confirmed. Husker had never felt more a coward. His hand squeezed. Yeah, I still owe you a toy, Princess. Let's go. I think I saw the food court on our way here. Ha ha ha! I'm Princess. Angel mimed putting a crown on, then twirled on the spot. He came back into Husk's space and tapped the man's head. Be my prince. He put a mimed crown on Husk, too. Despite the grumbling, Husker still obediently lowered his head for the crown. All right. This way to the food court, Princess. Anyone who said herding cats was hard had never tried to get Angel to go anywhere while high. Parade with me, oh my prince. Angel swung on his arm, sniffing the air looking for food. Will you have a happy meal with me, baby? On one condition. His gaze became amused at the way Angel sniffed the air. What has your nose found, then? What's the condition? Angel took Husk's hand, holding tight. I sniffed chips. Husker stopped in his tracks. Don't call me baby. He didn't want to be called that. He remembered too clearly how desperately Angel had to try to explain himself while calling someone that. Call me all the other ridiculous nonsense you like rather than that. I prefer that. He turned. Angel's nose had... Yeah. British. Angel's nose had brought them to McDonald's. Your nose is incredibly impressive, Angel. Angel blinked at him. You ain't him. You're my whiskers. You're my Pusscat. You're my... Angel swallowed. His pupils were still dilated to oblivion, but he was slowly coming down. You ain't mine. He pranced backwards a few steps. Look, they have toys. Can we please? You ain't mine. Husker's eyes widened impossibly. Angel might want him back, and he didn't quite know how to process this fact. He took a deep breath before following Angel. Sure, Princess. Anything you want. Husker was aware Angel was simply in a bad space. He was just holding on to any sense of comfort and safety, and he must not take advantage of that. So he squashed that rising hope and headed to the counter to get a Happy Meal for both of them, glowering at the cashier when they dared to try to question why two men were getting Happy Meals. Yes, we want the toys. What are the toys? Angel asked eagerly, hurrying over to the ketchup station and pouring himself 3 little paper pots full. Pusscat Kitty, do you want sauce? He could concentrate. He could walk and concentrate, and he could stand, and he could find a table to sit at. He eyed the man, stood by the counter, the man he fucking liked so much. It all came out, his tongue free on the high. I like you, Husky. I like you so much it hurts. There are adult Happy Meals? I didn't know that. Husker, who just snuck one of the fries into his mouth, spluttered and choked, punching his chest to get the fries out of the wrong pipe. He hadn't been expecting to be ambushed by that comment. I like you too, was the half-strangled sentence as Husky finally managed to breathe. What brought that about? That's fascinating. I didn't know that was a thing that was happening. I don't go to McDonald's ever, so. Angel patted the man's shoulder sympathetically. 'Cause I worry if I don't tell ya, I'll lose ya. They sat down at a table, and Angel grabbed the cardboard box, peering down into it. Ooh, nuggies! Husker shivered. Shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee with Angel, the one sentence echoed loudly in his ear. 'Cause if I worry I don't tell you, I'll lose you. It was probably not the best time to talk about it, but it never seemed the best time, and Husker was really starting to lose his mind. His fingers brushed in Angel's, trying to get his attention. Hey, when you say you like me... He was almost afraid to look at him, palms clammy with nerves that even most missions didn't rattle. What exactly do you mean by that, Princess? Angel chewed a large mouthful of nuggies, swallowed, and grinned at Husk. You know what I mean, Pusscatty Kitty. I fancy you. British. I like you. I want you to rip all your clothes off and ride you like a cowboy. I forgot about that line. He grabbed a handful of fries, snorting a laugh, then singing, Save a... I'm not going to sing it because I don't remember the tune. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Do you know that song, do ya? British, derogatory, true. Husker dropped his head in his hand. He could almost feel the other customers' gaze burning into them. Too bad he didn't give a fuck. Reaching out, he took Angel's hand. Do you only want to fuck me, Angel? He squeezed the hand not full of fries. This is important, Princess. Is that all you want from me? Angel shook his head. I mean, I think about it a bit. A lot. But that's because, like, you're cute, Whiskers. But I want to do other stupid stuff, too. I want to cuddle you all the time and find out what makes you smile. And then, like, do it all the time. He sighed, long and loud and disappointed. But I can't have you, or you can't have me, because I'm a cheap cocksucking slut, and you're gonna marry a princess. Throughout the long ramble as Husker worked on decoding everything Angel was saying, he found himself turning hot about his neck as realization settled in. This was more than just a desperate grab for a safe space. Not that Husker could have left him alone, even if it had only been that. He took the Happy Meal box, pulling out the bottom and placing it carefully on Angel's head, a paper crown. It's a good thing you are both. He tilted Angel's head, the words that pressed against the back of his teeth finally coming out. If Angel forgot, he'll just tell him again. And I want both. His fingers dropped from Angel's chin to his hand. You think this cheap cock-sucking slut of a princess might want a loser like me? You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn baby, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch. Anyways. Angel was momentarily distracted with his crown. You made me a crown, honey? He was grinning, gold tooth flashing, tongue stud gleaming. He felt himself shift forward as Husk took his hand. He followed the touch, sliding on his elbows across the table towards the man holding his hand. Really, I really do. They came so close. He could feel Angel's breath on his lips, but he was aware enough to know Angel wasn't all there. Instead, he tilted his head and kissed Angel on the temple. Let's talk about this when you're a little clearer up here, okay? Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Angel groaned, looking down at the plastic-wrapped toy, eyes turning sad. He likes me better this way. A chicken nugget was pressed, nudging against Angel's lips.
I don't give a flying fuck what he thinks, in case it wasn't obvious. Husker's shoulder bumped Angel's. I care about what you think. Yeah. Angel opened his mouth and took the nugget. 'Cause you ain't in his debt, in his pocket, in his... Hard agree, Husk. I immediately got distracted, okay. 'Cause you ain't in his debt, in his pocket, in his fucking bed. I would like to clarify that the person who's saying whoever wrote Husks makes so much sense is the person who wrote Husk. Okay. 'Cause you ain't in his debt, in his pocket, in his fucking bed. He flicked crumbs off the table. So you don't need to care what he thinks, 'cause it don't affect you, does it? That sparked Husk's temper. He didn't mean to, but it came still. His words bit out. You're not the only one in someone's debt, in someone's pocket, and not knowing how to get out of it. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted it. Fuck. Shit. Forget I said anything. Oh yeah? Angel sparked up at once, all the chaos of shit pumping through his veins, driving him to heightened emotions, pushing him along. Who's got you, huh? This shit. I forgot about this shit. Who's got you, huh? Who fucks you raw till you want to throw up your guts? Who tells you they're giving you the whole world, but instead they dose you up and make you numb, so you just let them, and let them, and let them fuck you and fuck you, and he looked at Husk. Some remnants of the high fading. Someone's got you too, Pusscat? Husker winced. It was out there. He'd said it. It was not okay. I should never have said that. He took a nugget. It was the first time Angel had asked about his shit. Genuinely. It was everything he'd wanted, but now he wasn't sure he was ready to talk about it. Fuck. He gave Angel a bitter smile. So did you always know how fucked up your situation is, or do you hate me for telling you that? Angel breathed out a long sigh, laying his arms over the table and leaning his cheek against cool plastic. I knew. He was almost sober in that moment, but it faded. Val's sweet. He's charming. I believed him. He got me off the street, off the cheap shit, and onto the classier drugs, you know. Told me I was special and said he wanted to fuck me, so I let him. And I thought I just wanted it too. But the classy drugs are just expensive shit ones, and they fuck you up just the same. Only now, he gets to tell me when and how and when again. He looked up. I hate you for telling me because you made me think about it. He groaned. You know, you can tell me anything right now. I'll forget it all anyways. Always do. Perks, I guess. Husker examined the chicken nugget in his hand, turning it over and over. I do want to tell you. There was nothing nice about having someone know. It would be nice to have someone notice when he disappeared off the face of the earth someday. But he also hated himself for thinking that. How about we make a bet, Princess? I bet you're strong enough to get your ass out from under Valentino. And on that day, I'll tell you about my own shit show. What do you say? Huh. Angel gave him a weak smile, raising a hand with his pinky finger out. Think you promise me? It never failed to amaze Husker just how small and soft and slender Angel's hands were, in comparison to his own. He hooked their pinkies and shook. I have a feeling I'm betting on a winning horse this time, Angel. His smile was immediate, warm and delicate. It reached Angel's eyes, which were finally starting to calm down. Fuck, you know, I could fall in love with you. So real easy. Pretty Husk. Lovely Husk. My Pusscat. Husk laughed, trying and failing to fight the fuzzy feeling threatening to drown him. Yours. Even if you don't remember. Angel sat up, shuffling round on the corner seating so he was beside Husk. I want to remember that. Opposite him, Husk slowly demolished his Happy Meal. I don't want to take you back, Angel. Angel blinked, squeezing his eyes shut, trying to concentrate. Then opened them, looking directly into Husk's own eyes. He took the man's face in his hands and breathed, trying to concentrate through the fog. Don't take me back. Amongst the sad, Yep, amongst the sad, they're just nom-nomming. Husker's eyes widened. Really? You'll leave? Is everything he wanted. To get Angel the fuck away from that place. Really? Angel nodded, and the look in his eyes was pleading, begging him. Don't take me back. Please, please don't take me back there. Really, I'm sick of hurting and being all drugged up. He stuck out his tongue, squirming. Feeling like nothing's real. Husker could kiss him. Grab your food. I have a place I want to take you to celebrate. He grinned, a wide, bright, beautiful grin. You want anything else? How do you feel about donuts? My refund went through. Yay. Angel was grinning ear to ear. I ain't allowed donuts, he admitted. But yes, I want them. Wait, where are we going? Rules are meant to go get fucked. Husker began leading him out, grabbing not only donuts but a whole 12 bucks, and cool drinks and chips and a whole plastic bag full of snacks and sugar that any teenage heart would love. Fuck should and allowed and all that shit. We're celebrating tonight. The man looked like he was shopping for a high schooler's night out by the time they got back to his car. Angel was in awe, staring around at so many treats. Wow, this is so much. He plunked himself back in the passenger seat as Husk sat down and an idea formed in the foggy brain. Husk kitty, will you show me how to drive one day? Well, this one is a manual. The automatic is easier, but he smiled slightly, learning to drive from his father was one of the few good memories he had of the man. I've never taught anyone before, but I can try. They drove and kept driving, Husker putting on the radio as they got further and further away from town and upwards. Since when did I do the easier options, huh? Angel sang along to the songs on the radio. He drummed on the dashboard. He watched Husk's hands. Fuck his fucking hands. Fuck, your hands are hot. The builder he kept so carefully up when sober was gone, until they stopped at a hill overlooking the town. When they arrived, it was as though Husker could breathe again, the town and all the shit in it so far away. Here we go. The view when they pulled up was beautiful, inside the car and out. Husker sat watching Angel for a moment before examining his hands. They were overly large, thick, wide fingers calloused from hard work. He flipped them over and over, considering the hair on his fingers to the burns and small scars that littered them. It would be good if people didn't consider them gross or scary. But hot? That was something that never ever occurred to him. Angel nudged Husk in the ribs. Do we get donuts now? He was soft and cozy and happy. He sat, turned to Husk in his seat with big glad eyes. Oh. Jerked out of his reverie, Husk twisted, bringing the plastic bags of food to the front. Hashtag Angel has a hand fetish. Go wild. He grabbed a glazed donut, shoving it into his mouth with relish. You don't need to ask, just take. I got it for the both of us, after all. Angel gleefully dug into the bag. He pulled out a shimmery donut covered in sprinkles. Whoa. He bit into it and made a noise that was very nearly orgasmic. Holy fuck. Finishing it, he quickly went for another. I ain't good at taking, Pusscat. I push my luck a lot, sure, but taking, I'ma work on it. Husker didn't like the implications of that sentence. You can take, 'cause I'm offering. You don't have to push with me, Angel. He blinked slowly. But if you did, I don't mind it. Some instinct kicked in at Husk's words. Angel's free, non-sugary hand reached over to run a fingertip up the man's stomach to his chest. That is a normal reaction to a good donut, I'll fight you. And across his collarbone. Warm, sweet breath came with it, Angel pressing words into Husk's ear. You sure you don't mind? 'Cause I push my luck a lot. Husker jerked in his seat, blinking as he realized his donut was somehow reduced to a pulp. Almost instantly, he felt like the inside of the car was stiffling. I also want donuts now. I have such a sweet tooth. I want donuts or cake or something. I want sugar. He felt like the inside of the car was stifling and too small for the both of them. The way Husker's heart was trying to burst out his chest, his free hand. Husker gay panicking, destroying a donut is such a mood. I have such a sweet tooth. No one can match my sweet tooth. It's truly a tragedy. I would love to have someone match my sweet tooth. Almost instantly, he felt like the inside of the car was stifling and too small for the both of them. The way Husker's heart was trying to burst out his chest. His free hand covered Angel's fingers as he took in a shaky breath. Maybe not when you're so high, Angel. I can and will, Charlie. Just like I really don't think you'll beat me. I don't know that you can beat my sweet tooth. We're gonna have to figure out a way to like figure out who has a worse sweet tooth. His breath, however, was coming in sharper and faster, like he couldn't get enough air, and he wasn't pushing Angel away either. I'm yawning again. I will take that challenge and I will fucking win, Tafton. I don't want you to do anything you regret, okay, Princess? The only thing I regret doing when I'm high is bow. Angel kissed Husk's jaw, then again up under his. He fading? I am fading. It's like 10 o'clock for me, and I slept like maybe 4 hours last night. So I'm like, I'm like, let me finish this chapter, and then I'll probably have to hop off. And when I get to my other computer, I'm going to download and try and post this to my YouTube. Oh my god. I've been reading for 3 hours. Yeah. And I'm about to go beta read a book, most likely, because I'm too excited. Yeah, we gotta order. Yeah, do you? Oh god, my brain. So I tried to record. You can export. I tried to like record this because I didn't know what I was doing, and my computer said that my graphics card isn't updated enough. So I will probably have to figure out the exporting from Twitch onto YouTube at my PC tomorrow because I can barely have Twitch running. I don't know what a VOD is. I need to do some research. I will also be driving for 4 hours tomorrow. Videos after this stream. I don't have VODs on, no. I don't think I can on my laptop. They save to Twitch for like a week and then they delete, I believe. Listen, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So it does save to Twitch for a little bit. I'm bad at technology. It's fine. I don't know if I can call it tomorrow. I can call on Saturday. I'm driving for 4 hours tomorrow, and then I have an interview.
I'm leaving at like 9:30 tomorrow morning. I feel like I'm in trouble. And I just got my wisdom teeth taken out yesterday. So my mouth is sore. I slept like 3 hours last night. My ass is so tired. I'm in trouble. I love you too. Hello again. I'm getting yelled at. Affectionately. Here's the thing. It's one of those situations where it's like, hi Ruth. I was anxious, and also I didn't know what I didn't know, so I didn't know what to ask. You know, I didn't know what I didn't know. Ruth is just sitting right here. She protecting me. Are you protecting me, little lady? Because I didn't know what VODs were, and I was just being bad at technology. My mouth tastes like blood. I know. I feel bad. I feel bad. I'm like, what if I'm like, I don't want to bother. Anyway, ignore me. My face is so red. Oh, okay, I still gotta get through this chapter. We could call on Saturday, because I think like the time that you would be awake is gonna be the time that I'm driving tomorrow. So I don't know that that's a great idea. Do it, coward! Nope, don't say that on stream. I feel threatened, but not threatened. I look forward to tomorrow. I'm gonna finish reading this chapter now so that I can go to bed. Anyways. Okay. Wait, that feels like a threat. Don't forget I write Alistair too. Feels like a threat. Okay. Angel kissed Husk's jaw, then again up under his earlobe. Can never regret you. Fucking hands. Fuck. Husker shifted in his seat, Angel's hot lips wreaking havoc on his system. It took a lot to try to gather his remaining brain cells to squeeze Angel's hand and gently remove himself away from Angel's mouth. Both amused and aroused at how the man had practically crawled across the seats to get to him. Angel, I brought you plenty to eat. Ooh, yeah, donuts.
Angel bounced back into the passenger seat, rummaging to grab two, a ring donut in each hand.
Fuck, these are amazing. What's your favorite, huh? Like a sweet treat? What's yours? I think these are mine.
With a reluctant but relieved sigh, Husker licked the messed up donut off his hand. Honestly, most are too sweet for me. He began sucking his fingers clean. Glazed, I suppose. Distract the angel with donuts. You can distract me with donuts real easy. Here! A glazed donut was held aloft in front of Husk's face at once. Angel was foraging in the bag for more goodies. He started on a bag of something tasty, but paused to stare as Husk was sucking his fingers. So hot. Real. Again, Husker found food going down the wrong pipe. He choked before turning to give Angel a look. I can't tell if you're messing with me or not. Angel blinked.
If I'm complimenting you, it ain't messing.
He leaned back in, closer than too close. He used his fingertip to draw an X over Husk's heart.
Cross my broken heart.
Real. Husker's hand dug into his thigh again, as to not react. He'd forgotten how sensitive he was. Alright, I got it. You always this handsy, or am I special? It was hard to think straight with the way his heart was pounding in his ears. Anyone else would assume you're trying to seduce me, Angel. I actually haven't reacted as much since I'm mostly reading it. He shoved a donut into Angel's mouth in an effort to keep those far too tempting lips out of reach. You're real special. The earnest answer came at once. Then he had a huge mouthful of donut, and it took a moment for Angel to chew and swallow. Anyone else would assume you're trying to seduce me, Angel. Yeah, I didn't have you on caught giggling like a maniac. I'm glad that I'm so amusing to the two of you. He leaned back in, sugar on his lips, as he nudged Husk's nose with his own.
I am.
Husker was leaning back in his seat like a gaping fish at that particular double whammy of a comment. Jesus fuck, why? It slipped out before he could help himself. I'm glad. I'm glad it's a good trait for me to have. I really enjoy streaming and I want to be amusing to watch. It seemed impossible. It slipped out before he could help himself. It seemed impossible to Husker for Angel to want him and not be messing about. But his skin tightened as Angel leaned close. Hyper aware of the treat he wanted to eat, so close. He wanted to lick up all the sugar on Angel's lips. He wanted to taste every inch of his skin. He wanted to hear Angel scream his name as he buried his face between his thighs. I forgot how spicy that got. It wasn't even a stream. When did I say pog?
That's poggers, dude.
I don't say pog or poggers very often. Are you sure it wasn't my roommate? Because Lux does. How long had it been since he'd felt this urge? Long enough that he was unprepared on how to handle this. We should talk about this when you're not so fucked up, Angel. It was during the game. Now, that tracks. I would say that during D&D. I love that this is you holding back on the spice, because I keep reading things and going, I'm reading this aloud for people to watch.
I'm always fucked up, Pussycat.
Angel was too close. He sat forward, shifting his weight and leaning against Husk's side as he brushed his cheek with more kisses.
Can't you just fuck me? Please, Pusscat?
Well, this was some new kind of hell. Angel might not regret it in the morning, but Husker definitely would. He grabbed the first thing in reach. Another donut and held it up like a shield between Angel and his face. Down, boy. He opened the door, leaving Angel with the donut as he sat down on the hood of the car, trying to let the cool air calm himself down. Yeah, no, that's so real. Hey! Angel grabbed the donut and followed, scrambling out over Husk's seat and out into the cold hair.
Pusscat? Husky? What?
Husker didn't meet his gaze, still wrestling a liquid heat that pooled between his hips and refused to die down. I didn't pick you up for this, Angel, okay? He stared out over the rails to the night view of the glittering town below them, like diamonds hiding the shit show that went on down there. And I definitely don't have a kink for fucking people who ain't all up there. He turned to face Angel and poked him in the cheek. You can't even walk properly right now. How are you gonna consent, huh? Can't you just fuck me is not holding back. That is true. Even in the smut scene, genitalia is not explicitly described. However, for your consideration, it's still quite spicy for a lot of people. Angel snorted, wiping his face on the back of his sleeve. Like anyone ever asks for consent, just take what they want. Always, always, always. He shifted away from Husk's touch and flopped down on the other side of the car hood. No one gives a shit. They just want to fucking fuck and shove a dick down your throat and fucking fuck. Well, I give a shit. And you give a shit. Even when I said you could push it, you never made me uncomfortable. Oscar lay down next to him. Those fuckers who don't give a shit aren't worth shit. Fuck them. A pause. Not literally. I already did fuck him, Huskitty. That's the problem. Angel turned onto his back and stared up at the stars. Sometimes when you hope the hit finally does kill you. Fuck, I've been hoping so much. Different flavor, but yeah, I know that space. Huss looked up at the sky. Want to numb everything out just for a bit. It was just one more glass. He looked at the sky. Or maybe if I piss off the right person, it'll put me out of my fucking misery. The sky seemed so much brighter somehow away from all the lights. Usually he came here to escape everything, but now it felt too real and raw on his nerves. Perhaps because he had to look at his uselessness in the face. Probably not what you wanted to hear. Angel shrugged. I love it when you're honest, Puskitty. You tell me real stuff. No one else tells me real stuff. A hand reached without much thought or direction, coming to land on Husk's waist. I think Val knows. He emitted it quietly to the still night air. I think he worked it out. He knows I want to fucking die. So why he stopped letting me shoot myself up or buy my own pills? It's always him now. So he knows I can't. Fucker. Fucking fucker. Husker held his breath. He turned slightly, looking at Angel, covering Angel's hand with his own. I don't want you to die either. His gaze scanned Angel's face. I also don't want you living like you do. Angel squeezed his hand. Then I'm fucked, ain't I? That's why I'm getting out. I want to fucking breathe. I want to fucking live. I want to fucking fuck you. I want to fuck so much shit. Then it's a good thing you're staying. Husker pointedly didn't address Angel wanting to fuck him. That was something he didn't know he was ready to dive into. Instead, in this beautiful spot with the gorgeous skies all round, he rolled over to watch Angel instead, bringing their intertwined hands up between them. I won't make you do anything you don't want to do. That made Angel smile. He was smiling more and more lately. Real and proper smiles, all genuine, no fakery. He knew Husk was to blame. So what do you think I should do as a new job? Go solo screwing myself as a camp girl? Get myself a shitty apartment and video camera and get on the XXX sites? You'd be good at whatever the fuck you choose to do, I think. Husker's gaze fell to their hands, fingers and thumb running circles on Angel's skin. And if you got a shitty apartment, you already got one up on me. His own lips were curving slightly. He liked the way Angel seemed more and more relaxed recently. It made him hopeful that perhaps he really would stay. You should come live in my shitty apartment, kitty cat. Angel was thinking it all out, as best as his whirling mind would allow. Yeah, you'd be great fun to live with. I swear not to steal all the covers tonight. He was laughing. Husker couldn't help laughing too, but he doubted it could happen. Something as lovely as that. I'm pretty sure you'd murder me before the month was out, Angel. He reached out, cupping Angel's cheek. Wouldn't you want your own bed, though? Angel shook his head immediately. No, don't make me sleep by myself. Yeah, no, I realized what chapter I was ending on, and I was like, I gotta go to bed after this. So yeah, we're ending it on chapter 7. And everyone's just gonna have to suffer. He shrank in on himself, legs curled up to his body as he continued to shake his head.
I hate it. Always thinking Val's coming, waiting and drowning in a big bed all on my own. Nope, no.
Okay, Husker nodded seriously. If this ever happens, I'll make sure I'll be home to hold you at night as much as I can. He considered this. It might be easier to get you a massive guard dog or something, though.
It'll happen. You know what's gonna happen, Pusscat.
Angel was smiling at him.
Because we said so. We promised, right?
God, the bartender wanted to believe that. He wanted that future so bad it hurt. It might make being here still worth a damn thing. Yeah, we promised. Angel snuggled into his shoulder, keeping his face out in the air.
Can we get one of them big scary looking dogs with the piggy noses? They always looked cute.
The hood of the car was rather worn. The sky was starting to pink, and Husk knew soon the peacefulness would be shattered by cars using the road nearby. You mean a pit bull? What you gonna name it? The pinks of the dawning sky were reflecting in Husk's eyes. Angel watched, enchanted, as clouds formed and moved over the pupils.
Needs a good doggy name. Good guard doggy name. Oh, I know. Let's call him Nuggies.
Husker's eyes widened, then crinkled in honest amusement. You're right. That's a good, honest guard dog name. Who wouldn't be scared of a Nuggies? He squeezed Angel's hand. Good old Nuggies.
You'd be scared of anything if it came running at you with big teeth and barking its head off.
Angel countered, wagging a finger in Husk's face.
You can call him Twinkle Toes and folks will still run a mile.
I don't know. I don't scare easy. Husker's smile widened as he resisted the urge to bite the man's fingers. Might be scared of you, though, so don't come running at me and barking your head off, yeah? Woof. Angel howled at once, laughing into the dawning sky.
I ain't scary, Pusscat. Scary hot, maybe.
Husker's smile became a wide grin.
Dunno.
Seems pretty terrifying to me, Angel.
You sweet talking me, babe, honey boo?
Angel asked. Angel, I have a name. Husker used their entwined hands to tug Angel closer, practically skin to skin. He nudged their noses. Do you not like using it?
I want you to know it's me when I call you.
Angel nudged Husk's nose right back.
Anyone can call you Husk, whether you're Pusscat or Honey Sweetie Cutie Darling. You'll know it's me.
He wet his lips, staring. Husker seemed to look far away. So that's why. His lips pursed as he thought about it. I don't really have anyone who actually uses my name, but fine, go wild.
Pusscat, Kitty, Whiskers, Husky, Cutie, Handsome Fucker.
Angel said each one with slow, determined attention, squeezing the man's hand. Then the last one, he said, with a long look into the man's eyes, right up, so close. Husk. Light brown eyes widened slightly, the bartender sucking in a surprised breath at the way it felt to have Angel's whole attention on him. This maddeningly wild, impossibly sad, and heartbreakingly beautifully strong young man. For a moment, he wondered what his real name might sound like on those lips. Squeezing Angel's hand, he quirked an eyebrow at him, veering to safer waters. Got it out of your system yet, Princess?
Nope.
Real. Angel's eyes were out of focus, but his hand held on tight.
Never could get tired of saying your name, Husk. Never ever.
Never too old for pet names and yearning. That is true. You are never too old for pet names and yearning. He giggled, leaning over to whisper against Husk's ear.
Kinda want to scream it out in bed sometime, too.
Husker couldn't help imagining that, eyes darkening at the thought. Took conscious effort to keep his breathing stable. Fuck, Angel. You're something else. New, sparkly pink shoes were lifted up and twirled in the air as Angel lounged back, twiddling his toes above his head.
Something else, huh? Yeah, I've been told that a lot.
But his words had also pulled at the bartender's heart a little. Don't take this the wrong way. 'Cause there's nothing wrong with it if you do. I just want to know. He pulled Angel's hand to his chest, holding it there. Do you only think of other people in terms of fucking? Angel watched the light catch on the shiny colors. His hand was resting in Husk's hand over the man's heart, and Angel found himself wondering how the man's chest hair would feel in his fingers. Yes, he said, automatically, then he hesitated.
No. Yeah, no, not usually, yes, just not with you.
He shook his head.
Nah, yeah, fucking always. Safer, ain't it? If you always want it, it never hurts. If I always want it, then it's always my decision, and it never ever hurts.
So you want something other than just fucking with me? Husker reached over, pinching Angel's nose, trying to lighten the mood. I'm fucking honored.
Can you be honored and cuddle me?
Angel shivered, shuffling closer on the car hood. It's getting cold. It was not, in fact, getting cold at all. The sun was slowly rising, casting golden rays of heat and light. The scrawny man was coming down hard. Husker didn't care about the picking up of cars zooming down the main road. Instead, he drew Angel into his arms. Sure, Princess. Don't mind the smell. I came to pick you up straight from the bar. Angel wanted the comforting touch more than he wanted to hide from the smoky scent, so he pulled in close.
You're perfect, Puss Kitty.
Tucking Angel's head under his chin, Husker shifted, half pulling Angel to rest on top of him, relishing Angel's head on his chest, a soothing sensation. Angel continued to purr soft, contented noises. He could fall asleep right here.
Scold, Husky. I'm tired. You're cozy.
The bartender laughed, bringing their hands to his lips, kissing each of Angel's knuckles. Gently. Want to go back to the bar? You can take the cot. Angel yawned.
No, not yet. No moving. Just stay here, right here.
Husker relaxed, watching the sky lighten. It felt like everything in the world, at least for this brief moment, was not too shitty. They stayed like that for maybe a glorious couple of hours. Angel curled his hands into Husk's shirt, breathing gently, all trace of persona wiped from his face. He was content until he sat up suddenly, clapping a hand over his mouth and sliding off the car to kneel in the dirt and throw up. Fucking hell. Husk cursed himself for feeding Angel all those donuts. He hadn't thought this through. Husker vaulted off the car, holding Angel by the shoulders. You're all good, let it out. Angel was clammy and shivering. Fuck. He spat into the dirt, coughing, wiping his mouth on the new pink sweater sleeve.
Fuck. Ah, shit. Fuck. The fuck am I?
Felt like Husker's guts had ice water poured into them. You're with me, Angel. He felt Angel's pulse. Do you know who you are? Angel threw up another throatful and sat back on his knees.
I'm Angel fucking Dust, dummy.
I'm taking you to the hospital.
No.
Angel snapped the word like it was filthy.
Fuck no, just take me home.
It was like he'd been slapped in the face. Angel, you're fucking killing yourself. Still, he couldn't quite let himself go. He didn't want the man to fall. And I know you want to, but fuck, Angel, I don't want you to. Angel didn't want to let go either, though he didn't remember why. He spat bile onto the ground.
Please, Husk, please, take me home.
Husker's voice was gut-wrenchingly soft. He'd forced this help on someone else before, and ultimately he'd lost them. He didn't want to go through that again. Are you sure, Angel? You want to go back to that place?
The fuck else do I gotta go, huh?
Angel snorted a laugh, shaking his head as a flicker of an idea. A memory from mere hours ago brushed through his mind.
Anyway, Vals knows I'm gonna fuck her to calm down. He'll switch up to an easy shoot. Just gotta lie there.
Husker didn't know what to say. Did Angel really not remember anything? Or was he choosing not to? The bar is open from Tuesdays to Sunday. He said this many times now, but this time he added something else. No matter the time of day, I'm probably there. Just knock. Angel nodded.
You're closed Mondays, yeah.
Bloodshot eyes raised to meet Husk's.
I know, Whiskers. I know.
Husker didn't say anything. He led Angel back to the car, utterly silent. It was like his face was shuttered. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to feel. He definitely felt like he was doing the correct thing, and he hated it. Angel sat quiet and still in the passenger seat. He pulled his knees up to his chest, feet on the seat. Then he noticed.
The fuck? Where'd I get these? They're nice.
Husker's voice was level, unnervingly so. When speaking to Angel, he was either annoyed, amused, or just incredibly soft. Right now, it was emotionless. We got it at the mall. You also picked out the jersey.
Huh.
Angel's head was beginning to ache and throb. He chewed on the jersey sleeve, closing his eyes.
Thank you.
It was quiet.
Thank you, Pusscat.
Husk swallowed hard, eyes burning. You're welcome. The rest of the drive was horribly silent. The closer he got to Fox Tower, the slower he drove. The time waits for no man, and he still ended up parking right outside the ridiculously pretentious building. The place made Angel's heart slowly fall into the pit of his stomach. Maybe he hadn't meant here's home, after all. Where the fuck else could I go? His inner voice was savage. Where the fuck else do I even have? Fuck all nowhere. Fuck all. Fuck all and fuck me. Like Val's gonna any minute now. The car sat still and silent for a long moment. Then Angel opened his door. He was going to leave and not look back. But his heart lurched and tugged him, and he found himself slipping back inside to slide his arms around Husk's waist. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Husker's arms tightened. Don't thank me for this. Don't die. You know where to find me. Please live. You still have an unfinished whiskey bottle with me. Please. Angel sat back, resting his forehead against Husk's, knowing that in that second that he had never, ever felt so safe before. But he had to get out of the car.
See you real soon, Pusscat. Don't finish the bottle without me, yeah?
He didn't let go. He didn't want to. But eventually, Husker's arms fell. Every line in his body screamed reluctance. The front doors were closed, so when Angel stepped out of the car, he knew he had to go around the back.
Hey, can you keep these for me?
He pulled off the pink sparkly shoes, placing them tenderly on the passenger seat he had been sitting in.
I reckon Val'd flip his lid if he thinks someone else been buying me stuff. He burn them or chuck them out. I really like them. I don't want to lose them.
I don't want to lose you.
That be alright?
Husker stepped out, keeping an eye on Angel. Slowly removed the jersey, too. I'll wash this for you, then. Pieces of Angel in his space. It wasn't Angel. It could never be Angel. It would never stop reminding him of the fact. Angel wasn't there. But he'd keep them as long as Angel wanted him to. More than all right. Angel blushed deep, rich pink. He'd been undressed before, but fuck. This felt like something. He had to steal another hug. He had to. Thank you. He felt like he was stuck on repeat. Angel moved in, grabbing Husk and hugging into his chest again, arms pouring around the man's neck. He could lean and steal so much more than a kiss. But his head burned in his eyes, and he felt his eyes water. Or was that something else? It was instinct. Husk hugged Angel tight, fighting the urge to just carry the scrawny man away. Angel. He didn't know what to say. You're making me want to take you back.
I know.
And he did. Angel hugged into the man close and tight, tried to find a reason, any reason, not to leave.
You already brought me back, Pusscat, he whispered. I'm in so much fucking shit. I'd have been in worse without you.
It was almost childish stubbornness that had Husker holding on for the next 5 minutes, not long enough.
You can find me then, you hear?
Oh, that was Husker. You come find me then, you hear? Angel nodded.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. Real soon. Hey, promise?
Husker found himself unraveling as he shook pinkies with Angel again, promising to keep his bargain. Angel's smile was genuine again. He squeezed Husk's pinky in his and finally, achingly, let go.
He'll be mad enough already.
Husker didn't say anything. He was afraid he might beg Angel not to go if he did. He had no right to. Instead, he leaned against his car, fully prepared to watch Angel all the way back into that fucking tower. It took a lot of effort not to stumble as Angel made his way. The squeaking is now canon. Listen. Angel made his way across the parking lot, but he didn't want Husk worrying. He didn't want Husk sad. Fuck, he wanted the man happy, and he wanted to make it happen. Shit. He turned back when he reached the back door, which stood ajar. He raised a hand, giving the man still leaning against the car a small wave. Husker nodded, and then, as though mentally slapping himself, winced and raised a hand to touch awkwardly. A pair of polished boots emerged. visible in the gap between the concrete and the open door. Angel's face changed. He walked inside, and the door slammed behind him. Random out-of-context quotes. It's Alistair. He cannot do anything, even dying, without being theatrical. What a chapter. I remember reading that chapter for the first time and just like low-key breaking a little bit and being like, oh, my boy. Oh no. Yeah, so that was almost 4 hours. Totally not you. That was almost 4 hours of me reading. There, you were not here for it earlier, but there's actually another fic that I'm planning on reading as well. I got like much farther than I was anticipating. I'm gonna hate this chapter. Yeah, y'all were, because y'all are out here plotting against me. But the other fic has less dialogue, so I think I might do that one next time. It's a Jujutsu Kaisen fic. I was telling Tafton about it earlier. It's called Achilles Come Down, but there's another fic I'm gonna read. I think I might switch off between reading this fic and that fic and seeing if I can stream twice a week once I have access to all my shit again. Because I do want to try to stream more. I got distracted checking things. It is a Gojo-centric fic. It is very interesting. It kind of ends up being a character study, and it's just a really fascinating fic, and it's beautifully written. But it's not like a romance fic or anything like that. Because I'm realizing I'm fine reading this live on stream, but this does mean that if I continue to read this fic, I am going to have to read smut. I don't know if I'm going to read the smut live on Twitch, but I do know that one doesn't really have any smut. So I'm like, that one I can comfortably read and not have to worry about skipping smut or anything like that. But it's a Gojo-centric fic, and it's very well written, and I actually messaged the author, and I was like, hey, is it fine if I live read that? And they're like, as long as you're not making any money off of it, because I don't want AO3 to get in trouble. I absolutely will not do that, Tafton. Something next week, I might sometime do that. No smut this way. That is a lie. I have read some of the smut in this fic. It's very good. It's very good smut. What I hate you because I won't read smut with my parents in the room? I'm so excited for Alistair and Docs. Okay, sure, Tafton. I'm sure they do. I can't wait to get my hair cut. I might see if my roommate will literally cut my hair tomorrow because it's driving me crazy. Anyways. He survived. Mostly. I feel like I've misread what is happening in this. I am so curious. So, what chapter? Do I get to meet him soon? I do have tics, yes. I'm not as good at controlling them when I'm tired. But a lot of them are also the urge to do it. A lot of my tics are also more subtle, so I'm pretty good at hiding them. The whistling and the knocking ones are a little bit harder to hide.
My hair is driving me crazy. Message me. I see. Yeah, my tics is noticeable. Yeah, if I'm really stressed or if I'm in a new situation, I tick quite a bit, so it can be noticeable. Most of the time, it isn't super noticeable, but yeah, I see. Oh god. Okay. Anyways. I want to just take scissors and just start chopping my hair off. I have an interview tomorrow. I cannot do that. I'm pulling my hair up. Oh, I have more messages from you. I know I have more messages. Oh, I see you're telling Maku that you're telling me things. Here's the thing. I had a mullet. You should get a wolf cut. I had a mullet at one point. I did like the mullet. But I can't stand having long hair anymore. So I'm gonna chop all of it off. But I might regrow out the mullet after I chop it off because I want to just cut it all off. I'm gonna make it super short. But I do kind of miss my mullet. You'd be so hot with a wolf cut. You should do it. Let me take my melatonin gummy. I do think you're hot, yes. Chewing gummy feel weird. Here's the thing, I don't know how to do a British accent. I love gummies. I don't know how to do a British accent. I just realized you weren't there for that. There was one thing for the podcast. Everyone was doing a British accent except for me, and I was like, I can't do it. I can't do a British accent. Y'all are just gonna deal with the fact that there's gonna be one American sounding motherfucker because I can't do a British accent. I'm a gummy bear in a gummy world. Is that a song? Or am I bullshitting right now? Oh, I just noticed that you said interview earlier. Yeah, I have a job interview tomorrow. It's not for a job I want. It's not gonna pay me enough. But multiple times. Yeah, I think I just mixed gummy bear with Barbie Girl. I'm so intelligent. My mouth feel bad. My mom is laughing at me because I'm handling my wisdom teeth removal worse than I handled top surgery.
Da, 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 da. I'm checking really fast to see. Wait, did he do 2 chapters? Oh no. Okay. The chapter has been uploaded. No, that surgery did not turn me into a top. I'm still a fucking bottom. I'm not very good at it. That's fair. I can't say shit. Why did you pop in right now? Great timing. Yep. Oh my gosh. You're being clowned on. Listen. I always get sent into gay panic. This Yeah, I really do have bottom energy, don't I? That's a shame. Oh god. I really need to get some background music. Jack, can you help me with background music? That's so funny. No one in here is, fun fact, gamer, no one in here is random. I know everyone that's in chat right now. I know you don't, but I do. That's why they're calling me a bottom, and I'm not telling them to stop. Meister Hypester is one of my streaming friends that I'm in a server for. The server that I talked to you about. Yeah, random to you, but it's not a random. Because I forgot. Not the book one. Nope. Try again. One of my friends being a dumbass. Not D&D. You are in all the D&D servers I'm in. The streamer server that I'm in. I tapped in. You little shit. I'll fight you. What about the way that I play D&D screams that I'm a bottom? Wait. I'm in a couple different book servers. Well, one, there's the book server that I sent you. And then Mongs, does Mongs really have bottom energy? Wait. The other book server is for a specific author, Valentine de Bouget, which if you want to read those books, let me know. I apparently need to change the way that I play D&D because I don't want the way I play D&D to scream that I'm a bottom. Well, I ask because it's rude to just be like, I'm doing this now. I will let you DM for me. I would love to play in a campaign with you. You know this. Clicked on the wrong tab. Ost is also red. Moggs has more top energy than Ost does. And I will die on that hill. Oh my god, I'm so cute. Oh my god. Be red. Oh my gosh. That's that's true. Moggs can change whether or not he has the balls. Moggs is a changeling for reference. We still need to finish the one shot that we started. But you can absolutely run a one shot for me. I would love to play with you DMing again. I haven't prepped for my campaign on Sunday. I should do that tomorrow. I know, everyone's so busy. I I know, I want to meet the BBEG. I want to get to use Lyris. I've never fought with him before. I did enjoy the one shot. Yes, I know you want Arnold Arc. You better fuck my shit up with Arnold Arc. I'm very curious to see what you do. Well, yeah, because you killed me in session 1, motherfucker. Arnold is an easy character to fuck up. He has very clear goals and very clear people that he cares about, and it's very easy to. I know you do. I know you don't apologize for that. Honestly, I don't think Arnold would have worked out very well long run for that campaign. I don't think I would have liked playing him very much. Um, I'm okay with Arnold dying in this campaign as well. I mean I hope he doesn't. I want him to survive. But I also know it's meant to. This is a campaign that I was more like anticipating my characters dying in than the other campaign. Go shower. I'm probably gonna end stream in just a minute. Um, we were all just chatting, so I hadn't quite finished it. LMAO. That's fine. Yeah, I need to take my meds. It's like 11 o'clock, and I gotta wake up early. And I gotta go swish my mouth with fucking salt water. Alright, good night, y'all.